Welcome to the VS Code course. Do you know that VS Code is built with Electron.js? That means everything you see is a JavaScript and HTML. Every line is a simple div with some classes. That means for every theme, they are actually just changing the CSS for that classes only. So this is how it is built. But in this course we are going to increase your coding speed up to 5x level with the use of the basic features of the VS Code. And I'm not talking about the extensions, because this course is a unique course you will not find anywhere on the entire YouTube or on the internet, because here we are going to see how you can use just your keyboard, not the mouse, just your keyboard to access everything inside the VS Code, like a sidebar, activity bar, breadcrumbs, and these things actually really increase your speed up to 5x level. But if you are looking for a 10x speed, that means you want to increase your productivity and coding speed up to 10x level, then now it's time you need some extensions. So we are going to obviously use various nice extensions, some of the popular, some of unpopular, but we are going to use extensions for different languages also, like Python, JavaScript, PHP and Laravel, and much more. At the last we are going to dig into the VS Code and change the theme, or not actually theme, just changing the CSS for some part and creating a gradient cursor just like this one. So what you are waiting for? If you see this course as a productive and useful, then hit a like button and comment your favorite extension or some of the extension which are not available maybe in this course. So you just need to hit a thumbs up, that means like this course, and comment. And when I reach 1000 plus thumbs ups, I mean thumbs up, that means likes in this course, then I'm going to give away some of the course, like 2 or 3 courses, to the best comment of this course. So I am sure you are going to share this video with others. So now let's start the VS Code journey. So let's now Google VS Code, click here, and with a simple website, very clean, let's download it. Now click on this downloaded file to start the installation process. Here we are. We have this download files. Now we need to just drag it into your application folder, or if you are on Windows, then you don't have to do anything. Just click on next, next, next. Everything is good. And now let's open the VS Code. And here we are. So first thing you need to know, if you are on Mac, then you can press Control, Command and F to maximize this window. But then you can see everything is very small, and to zoom in we can use the command and plus sign. So you can see now it is zoomed. If it is too much, then you can press minus, command plus minus sign, plus minus, actually command with minus sign, to make it smaller. Now you have seen that when we launched this VS Code, we got this kind of page. This page is called welcome page, and you can have that page from this help and this welcome page. So this page is actually having some of the starting things. If you have any recent project, then that will show here. Some of the help, like printable keyboard cheat sheet and some other things. But here is the customization and the resources to learn. If you don't want this page to come up every time you open VS Code, you can just uncheck this show welcome page on startup. So you can see I have unchecked it, and now if I close this VS Code and restart it, and now we don't have that welcome page. Instead we have an untitled page, which I don't like. So if I close this, you can see we have this blank thing, that is nothing, no tab is open. How we can set that? I don't want even the untitled page. For that, you can go to the preferences and we have a setting. But the setting shortcut is command plus comma, or you can find for Windows. But I can press command plus comma, and you can see we have the settings page. Here, what we actually want to discuss about, we want to restrict the welcome page. Obviously, let's type welcome, and you can see we have a startup editor. Now it says new untitled file, and we have a welcome which is actually default, and we have removed that. So what we can do, we can just say none, and setting are saved. That means now once again, if I close this and try to start VS Code once again, and you can see we don't have anything. Once again, let's use command control and F to maximize it. This is actually Mac shortcut, not for the VS Code, and for Windows you can obviously find something. But then you will say, if I don't have anything here, how can I find something like recent projects I have opened with the VS Code? So once again, if I go to the welcome page, on this welcome page we have bunch of recent projects, and if I want to switch between these projects, then how I can switch that? See, there is a shortcut, so which is saying the more. So remember this shortcut, which is Control R for me on Mac, and Command K, Command S, and say recent project, or simply recent, open recent. Yeah, so here we have, we can change it, but I like to have that. So suppose you have opened VS Code for the first time and you want to open your previous project, so simply press Command R, search for the project name, and here we are, we have these projects here, we can search. And this is how we can actually automate everything from this keyboard only. After this, you can see we have some sidebar on the left, and I can zoom it more for you. So first we have this file icon, and it is called Explorer. Every file you open for a project will come here. Then we have a lens, that means you got it right. It is a search panel. Here we can search for anything and obviously replace it. We will see everything in detail, but let's get familiar with things. Then we have a source code, that means git version control things comes up here. Then we have this one for debugging of our application for every kind of programming language we have. Then we have this very important one. This is for a marketplace to install extensions for this VS Code, or you can say packages or helper things, which is going to enhance the power of VS Code. Then yeah, we have this icon for account, you can turn on for syncing your settings. And at last, very important thing, if you want to close this, you can again click on that one and it is now closed. And same is for everyone, you can see I can toggle it. Then we have this setting gear icon, and here we have very nice options. Like you can see we have the settings, and with the shortcut given there, we have the extension shortcut is shift command and X, and that is for Windows it will be shift control and X. Then keyboard mapping, command K and command S, and key map is command K plus command M. Then user snippets, and we can create snippets for various languages. Like if you have a JavaScript, then you can create some snippets, and we will see what these things are and how we can enhance by using that. And finally, you can check for updates, and this is very important, and you should always turn it on. But if it is annoying you, you can once again go to the setting by pressing command plus comma and search for update. If you click update, then you can see it says update mode. Update mode is default, which means it enable automatic update check, and whenever there is update available, it will update. If it is annoying you don't want that, then you can set it to manual, and you can set it to none if you don't want to update. So this is how you can actually start with VS Code. After installing VS Code, the very first thing I always do is install a better theme for us. But here with the VS Code, we already got many themes. You just need to search, and how you are going to search it. So if I zoom out, you can see we have show all commands, and this show all command has a very nice shortcut, which is shift command and P. So if I press shift command and P, I got this thing. If you can just press command P, this is for searching for file, but if I can give this greater than sign, then it will become show all command. You can see if I press shift command and P, we have this greater than sign, and this is very nice. And here I search for theme, and once I search, you can see it says color theme. If I go here just by pressing my up and down key, and then whenever I select it, I just need to press enter, and yes, I am here. The default one we get is dark plus. If you can go to other, you will see instant reflection how that will going to look. And now it is ABYSS, I don't know how to pronounce it. Then we can have Kimby dark, then Monokai dimmed, red, I hate this one, and Solarized dark, nice, Tomorrow night blue, high contrast, very high, too much of this. And then you have some light one, but the most important thing here is install additional color theme. So yes, I can just go here just by pressing enter, and you can see it has moved us into this extension panel, and it is saying that category theme, and this is a nice way to search. We can do this manually. That means if I can clear it. Now when I want to go here, I just click here on the extension panel, and then we have this search bar. We can directly search theme, or we can say category is theme. Very nice. You can also have this filter, and you can search for category. You can see lots of categories are there, and category theme like we did. So add category and theme, this is also going to work. So which theme I like? The first one comes in my mind is material theme. But before installing any theme, because theme is always good with the codes, so I have a little React code with me, and I can totally drag that, and we have this project in my VS Code. Now you can see the color is changed a little bit on the bottom panel, but don't worry about that. Let's just close this one, and then once again click on this extensions and search for category. So I can say add category, and we can search for theme, and you can see we have a fuzzy search, and if I can hit enter, and now we have this material theme. Let's install this one, and now you can see this is actually a package. I can just close this one, and I can press escape. Yeah, so now after pressing escape, we are here, and let's close this extension panel. And this is actually a material theme package, and this pack include two things. One is obviously the theme for our VS Code, but also the icon themes. But let's explore the material theme first. So now it says set color theme. So if I click here, you can see we have a setting for this material theme. Also, if I press if I click anywhere else, or if I press escape, I am out of that. Or I can press, as you know, shift command P. So shift command and P, and I can search for theme. And now you can see we have a color theme, and in this color theme we have a lots of colors themes now available along with the normal material themes. Explore the theme which we got from the material. So I can say set color theme, and we have various colors option, but we have two variant of every theme. Like we have a material theme, then we have a material theme high contrast. What is the meaning of high contrast? That means you can see the color around the main panel and on the sidebar is exactly same. If I go to the high contrast, you can see a little darkness on the left panel or on the bottom panel. So this is high contrast. There's a contrast between different sections. Then we have a darker. So now we can see we have a darker. This was normal material theme. This is darker material theme, and obviously darker with a high contrast. Yeah, this one I like. But we also have a pale night. I prefer this pale night when you are working in late night without much light in your room. Then I prefer obviously the dark one. The ocean one is best suited for night if you are working in very low light. And obviously always try to have a high contrast, because the high contrast give you more softness into your eyes. Then we have a light one, which I totally don't like because it is a strain to your eyes. So this is the material theme. As I told you, we can set these themes from by pressing Command Shift and P and color theme. And now you can see we have lots of material themes. So we have this material themes which we get from that extension panel, but we also have themes from the community, which is already here, but there's no different, or I can say a very little different between the community and the normal one. Yeah, that's good, but I also want to show you some more things. Like if you can go here, you can see we also have a theme icons. So currently if I see here, there is not a good kind of icon for every file in the folder. What I can search, I once again press Command Shift and P, and then I can say file icon. So you can see file icon is there. It is currently for the Visual Studio Code, which is city, but I can search or I can scroll down and change the icon. You can see it's showing in the real time. So material theme icon, the darker one, then icon light, and yeah, it is minimal, so there is no icon actually. But as usual, you can also install your icon. So it says install additional file icon theme. So it says icon theme and VS Code icon. So how it is going to look, which you can see if I change it, there is a demo here, and yeah, nice icon set are here. So you can have that. Also, we already have this material icon theme. This one is very popular and it has very nice icons. This is a different material icon theme, and the pack given us this one, so I prefer this one. So let's install material icon theme. This one is little different, and now as I installed, it says activate it. So click on activate, and now it is activated. So I just press escape and close this and go to the Explorer, and there's nothing, but I can once again press Command Shift and P and file icon, and this time actually I need to say icon, and yeah, here we have a material icon, and material icon activate icon theme, which is already activated. Now you can see nice icon set and material icon, and change folder theme. So you can change the folder theme from classic or specific. Then we have opacity. You can set for let's say 0.5, which is not showing. Yeah, it is now lighter, or you can set it, no, it's 1 maximum. Okay, so that's how you can play around these things. Let's set my favorite theme. So I have searched for theme, which is color theme, and the favorite one is ocean high contrast. Or for this tutorial, I can change it to pale night high contrast, which is more visible in tutorials. Okay, so let's move. Apart from material theme, there are various good themes available. One very nice theme is Shades of Purple, which is created by Ahmad Awais, and which is very nice. And I can install this one and now set this. So if I just enter it, and now you can see it is very nice shades of purple. So we have a lots of purple shades available for this theme, and very nice looking background and the effects. The important part of this theme is that if you create some comment like this which is in purple and which is not affecting you. Also, the coolest part of this theme is if you go to any markdown file, whatever you define as a markdown kind of thing is in a very light color, dull color, so that you are totally focused on the written part, not on how you have changed it. So this is very nice theme. More theme I totally have in my mind, which is Tokyo Night. Yeah, this one. So this theme is also good. So if I install this one, and it's asking for three variants: light, night storm, and Tokyo Night. So let's use the Tokyo Night, and this one is also having a very nice color theme for your codes, which is getting into your eye. And also this comment is very light as compared to other codes, so that you don't focus on the comments and totally focus on your code. Let's see how this is playing with the readme, and you can see the difference between the shades of purple and this Tokyo, that everything is in a same color, and this is not good compared to shades of purple, which was very nice. One very famous theme is Dracula. So I can search for Dracula, and here we are, Dracula theme, which you can see has a very high number of downloads. So let's install this one and see how this is going to work. So soft and Dracula. So I use the Dracula one, and let's close this one. And once again, this is having a nice color combination for your code. Personally, I don't like this one, but this is the one which I have in my list of good theme. And once again, let's see for readme. Yeah, it is again same everything, but it is more visible compared to Tokyo Night. Similar to Dracula, there is a Darkula. So I can search for Darkula, and yeah, Dracula theme is also there, which is also having a high number of downloads. And it is Dracula versus Darkula. So see that difference. So Darkula is very you can say soothing to your eyes, and it is more of like IntelliJ theme, like if you have a PHP Storm or Android Studio kind of theme. So this one, if you are familiar, then this is for you. Next one is a theme which is just like a GitHub. So I can search for GitHub, but then I need to search for theme, which is actually given here. So GitHub theme is here. So let's install this one, and now you can see GitHub Light and GitHub Dark. So if you are a light theme person, then you can set that. So once again, search for GitHub Light, and actually I like this light one, although I'm not a light theme person, because the color combination is very nice, and it is not painful to our eyes, although it is a light theme. So let's move to dark one. So once again, search for GitHub Dark, and yes, it is very nice. I totally like this one among all the other theme which we have installed currently, apart from material theme. So this one is very nice, and you can have this preferably, and you will get all the theme link in the description box, so that will be beneficial for you. So let's move ahead. After having all these themes and decided which one is good for you, it's time to enhance our workflow. And first, I want to make it minimal. So you can see we have this sidebar, we have this bottom bar, and we have this min map. Min map is useful when you have a file which is very long. So where I can find a long file, Okay, let's see, is there any, yeah, this one. So if you want to go at the bottom directly, you can click here. But I don't like to have this min map here, because it is actually taking space, and I don't want to use my mouse to go there, because my intention is always to use keyboard for everything. So there is a keyboard shortcut to go into the bottom of or any line number, but we will see that later. First, let's reduce or turn off this min map. Once again, you can go to the setting from here, or as usual, we can use the shortcut command and comma. And I want to turn off the min map, so it's a min map, and maybe it is without space. Or if I search for map, just mini map, actually not min map. Okay, so min map is control whether the min map is showing. I don't want to show this. So now I have changed it, and now if I close this settings, you can see we don't have that min map. Cool. Next, I don't like to have this bottom bar, because I know I can change something, but everything later we can do with the keyboard, and we don't have to use the mouse. If we don't have to use the mouse, then why this bottom bar is there? I never looked upon which line number or column number I am. I can directly look here, and I don't care about the column number. I don't care about the spaces and other things. So let's close this bottom bar also. So to turn off this bottom bar, I can go to the setting, or I can directly press command and comma. But the problem is I am calling it bottom bar. What actual name VS Code call it, I don't know. If I search for bottom like this, I don't have any reference to that. But what we can see here, we have a status bar, and if I turn it off, yes, you can see this is there. So you have seen that whatever you are calling, you can just search, and you just need to scroll one or two options, then you will get your exact answer. Also, if I turn it on, we can change the setting of this one by going to the view, then appearance, and here you can see show status bar, because the name actually is status bar. So click here, and yeah, it is gone from here. That's very nice. Now, next thing I don't like is I don't like to have this sidebar here. So we can toggle it also. So appearance, and as we know it is sidebar, so I can say sidebar. So toggle sidebar, and actually that sidebar is this one. So what I call this as a explorer bar, or okay, so I got the point. So as I right click here, it is actually activity bar. So I can go to the view, appearance, and I can toggle activity bar. So you can see activity bar is gone. So yes, you can also hide the sidebar. So sidebar is also not there. Next thing I don't like to have in my setup is this breadcrumb. So breadcrumb is like the structure of your file just around your eyes. So if I click here, you can see I have all the files inside my source directory, or if I click on source, I have full directory structure which I got on my Explorer. So I don't like to have this breadcrumbs. So once again, I can open the command and I search for breadcrumbs, and here it says enable disable navigation breadcrumbs. So if I turn it off, now you can see I don't have that. Very nice. So this means when I open my VS Code, it looks something like this, so much cleaner, and there is actually nothing. So how do we get started with any project? So currently I already have the project. So if I open the sidebar, you can see I have the project. To open a new window where we don't have anything, I can go to the file and new window, and the shortcut is Shift Command N for new. So I can press Shift Command and N, and you can see this is the window I get once I open the VS Code without any project in it. But the problem here is, yes, I can hide this sidebar like this. Now, if I want to go to the sidebar, if I want to go to the breadcrumbs, how do I go there? So what we need to do, we need to set up the key binding or keyboard shortcuts for everything we have removed from our screen, because everything is useful, that's why it is here. So let's combine everything and tool everything with the keyboard shortcut. Now I have two windows of VS Code. One is this one and another is this one. If you go here, you don't know which one is which. But if I go at the top, I can see I have this VS Code tutorial, which is the React application I have. And here it says VS Code, that means Visual Studio Code, which means it is just a new window. But I want to have the sidebar first. So how I can go here? So we have a view, appearance, but this time I don't want to use my mouse to go open and close the sidebar. I want to have the shortcut, which is actually Command B, and you can have that for Windows also, which will be, I think, Control B. So let's use that, Command B, and yeah, I can toggle that sidebar. Very nice. Similarly here I can toggle the sidebar. Very nice. But you know, my preference is not Command B, because I moved to VS Code from PHP Storm, and in PHP Storm they generally have command and one or exclamation mark. So I need to change this key binding Command B to command exclamation or one, which is just after above the tab. So yes, I can open the sidebar, but now we have a problem that we also had one you can say activity bar. So if I can go and appearance, and there is an activity bar, this one, and here we can have this gear icon so that I can go to the keyboard shortcuts. But since there is no shortcut for activity bar, we can add that. So let's do these two things. To go into the keyboard shortcuts, we need to press Command K plus Command S. Command K, Command S, here we are. First, let's search for sidebar. And you can see we have a Command B, and which is saying the toggle sidebar visibility. If you don't know the name, but if you know the command or key bindings, you can directly click on here, and now it is recording your key binding. So now I want to know what is the command related to key binding for Command B. You can see it says Command plus B, which is toggling off the sidebar. I want to change it from this one to Command plus 1. And now it says one existing command has this key binding. So let's check this one, which is saying focus first editor group. I don't know what this is, and if I want to have this, I can set another command or key binding for that. Once again, let's search for Command B, not too much, oops, and yeah, so I want to change it to Command 1 and press enter, it will override it. Yeah, so now we have this. So let's close this one, and now I press Command 1, and you can see I can easily toggle the sidebar. Next is for this activity bar. Press Command K, Command S for the key binding, and this time I don't know, actually there is no key binding for the activity bar, so I need to click on this keyboard once again to go into the searching with the text. I can now search, say, activity and activity bar. Actually, yeah, there is no key binding for toggling of activity bar. And for toggling of activity bar, I can add the key binding, which is Command Shift and A. And you can see there is no existing key binding for this. That means we are safe to go, and press enter. And this time if I press Command Shift and A, and now I can toggle this activity bar. But now you will say why I have chosen Command Shift and A. Remember, if you hover over any sidebar or activity bar icon, it is given Command Shift and X for this extension, then Command Shift E for Explorer. So that's how you can actually toggle. So I can say Command Shift and E, which is this, and now if I press Command Shift and X, I have this extension. And if I want to toggle this, I want to close this sidebar, it doesn't matter whether I am on the extension, I am on Explorer, or I am on a version control. So for version control there is Command Shift and it is actually Control Shift and G, so this one. But you know, as everyone has a Command Shift and then the one, so I can change this one source control from Control Shift G to Command Shift G. Let's move with the Command K, Command S, and I can search for source control, and instead of this I can search for Control Shift and G, and yeah, it says view SCM, source control sidebar. So now I can change it to Command Shift and G. Two key bindings are there. Let's see which one is there. It's having a find previous and find previous in terminal. Okay, so we will change that later. So once again, let's go to the Command Shift and G, and I need to say Command Shift G, yeah, and change it to Command Shift and G. That was Control Shift G for searching, and this is I'm changing to Command Shift G. Hit enter, and now I close this, and you can see Command Shift E for Explorer, Command Shift X for extension, Command Shift G for source control, and Command Shift and F for searching, sidebar on the search. And for any moment I want to close this panel, I don't care where I am, I can press Command 1, and if I want to close the sidebar, I can press Command Shift and A, because it is activity bar, not the sidebar. So you can see on the sidebar we have everything from Command Shift and whatever the name with a first letter. So Explorer, Command Shift E, source control, which is GitHub generally we say, so Command Shift and G, extension X, Command Shift X, activity bar, Command Shift A, and toggling of sidebar, you can add Command Shift and 1 for the toggling of this sidebar, but I would like to have a Command 1, no problem. But the last most exciting thing I want to do is I want to move this sidebar from left to right. How we can move sidebar? Once again, let's go to Command and comma to the setting, search for sidebar, and from left to right. Woohoo, on the right. So it is on the right, and now everything is working absolutely fine, toggling, and every shortcut is there. Now if I open the sidebar by pressing Command Shift E, actually the Explorer, and then I can go to the app.js, click there, and now I can toggle the sidebar with Command 1. You can see this is okay, but I'm not happy with the spacing between the two lines. So what I can do, I can change the spacing between the line. So I can press Command and comma, and then I can search for let's say spacing. I don't want, so I can say lines. There is no, or maybe height. So I search for height. So when I say height, actually I got this line height, and this we want. So if I say it is 1 and then go into this app.js, oops, we did something wrong. So we need to make it like 5 and see, no. So what about 10? Okay, so we did some mistake. 0 to compute line height from the font size. 30. Yeah, 30 is good. Now it is clear for every line height. Next, I want to make the font little bigger, because I don't want to zoom in like this, and if I zoom in then everything is zoomed in. So I want to actually change the font size. So I search for font, and font size I want to make it 14. Let's say, how about 14? And yeah, that's good, 14. And what about 16? This is too large, so 14 is good for me. So this is nice. Next is, if you want, you can change the font weight, that means how bold it is, and which is actually given just after this font size. So I can search for, I can have 100, and which is I think the default one, or I can have a 600 for bigger, but I think normal one is good. Next, let's do something for this cursor, blinking cursor, and once again I can search for command and comma. I go to setting and then search for cursor, actually cursor and then we have a blinking. How you want this to be blinked? So normally it is blinking. You can have a smooth blinking, like it is very smooth animation, and you can have a phase. I like this phase, but the most exciting one is this expand. So you can see it is now whoop 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 so it is expanding. I like this one. Next setting, you can check it what you want to be a cursor. Is it a line, a block just like this, or a underline just like this? Yeah, so always I like the line. You can also control the width of the cursor. So if I say 0, that means it is the default one, but I can also say 4, which is a little thick one. So let's have the thick one here. Okay, so this is the one, and yeah, that's good. Let's talk about the global search. Global search means searching in your project, the full project. So how we can search? So once again, let's open the activity bar, and here you can see we have this lens icon, which is actually for the global search. So I want to search, by mistake I have console log. So yeah, we have this console log which is in service worker. But what if we also have a console log in any other file? Like here we have a hey, and then once again we go here and check. You can see we also have a console log here. Since we have the shortcut here, so command shift and F, we can easily search between any file. If you want to search for a specific file, then you just need to press command F and then search there. So now you can see console log is searched from here and here. This asterisk dot asterisk means you can also search via regular expression, and that will be beneficial if you want. So this is about the line height, cursor, and global search. And now let's master the Explorer. To open the Explorer, I just need to press command shift and E, and I am on the Explorer. First, I don't want to have this opened editors. And what is that? Actually, if you open any file, save it, it will stay in the space of editor. But if you are not saving that file, you can see it is in italic. Once I save it, it's not italic, and that means once I open a file, if it is in italic, that means it will not staying here. As soon as I click on any other file, it replaces there. But if I save this, it is staying in a open editors, and I don't want to have this one because I know what file I have opened, or if I want to open another file, I can easily open that by using command and P. So if I want to open app.js, I can say app, and it is now here. Let's go here, and yeah, you can see it is now there. If I want to open index.js, I can search for command P, index.js, yep, enter, and yeah, here. So I don't want this one, so I can just right click here and click on open editors, which is now unchecked, it's removed. I have never used outline, so I can just remove that. Also, I can remove this timeline. Yes, and now you can see it is very clear. So as we know, if you want to remove any file from this editing space, or if you want to close a file, you just need to press command and W like this. Once again, command W, command W, command W. And if you want to open the file, You don't have to use your mouse to go here. You can just search for command P. Let's say this sidebar is closed, and if you know that you want to open app.js, command P, app, and yep, it is there and it is staying here. If you want to make sure it will stay, you just need to press command S, and yeah, it is here. Next, once again, I want to open the index.js like this. But suppose you don't know which file you want to open and you want to explore the files from your explorer. You need to open the explorer, and yes, you can open it by toggling the sidebar or just press command shift and E. And here you can see once you press command shift E, you can see it is now focused here, and I can use my up and down arrow to move into the files and the directories. If I want to close any directory, I can just press left key to close and right key to open it. Now if I want to open any file, I can press command and down key to open any file. Once again, as I open the file, the focus is now from the explorer to my editor. But once again, if I want to get into the focus of the explorer, I don't have to use any mouse. Just press command shift E and you are here. You can see I can now change. So this is how you can open and close file without using your mouse. But sometimes what happen, if you have lots of directories and you have opened lots of directory, you want to close every directory in one go. So you have this button which is actually called collapse folders in explorer. If I press it, you can see everything is now closed. How I can do this with the keyboard shortcut? We know to open the keyboard shortcut, we have a command K, command S. If you forgot this, you can open the activity bar, command shift A, press here on the gear icon, and here is the keyboard shortcut. Let's close the activity bar, close the sidebar, and now see, I want to collapse the folder. So collapse. Yeah, collapse is here, but it's actually doing lots of collapsing. But I want to collapse folder in Explorer, so I can search for collapse folder. Yeah, this one. It didn't have any key binding. Let's add it. So how I want to add any key binding? So remember, key binding should be with the thing you want to do. I want to collapse folder. So this should be with a combination of some hotkeys like command CF or control CF, alt CF. You can do command shift CF. So once again, it depends upon if there is availability for that command. So now I search for command CF, but there is command C and command F. This is available. Alt C and alt F. This is also available. So it's up to you what you want. I like to have a alt C and F. Let's press enter and now close this. And we know to close any tab, we use command W. To open the Explorer, command shift E. And now I want to collapse this without using my mouse. So I'm editing, I'm doing something here, but suddenly I want to close everything from this Explorer. I say alt C F. You can see alt means with a hotkey, collapse folder. Very nice. And I have collapsed all the folders if anything is opened. One more thing is there. You can see I know that I can close any file with the command W. Then why should I have this cross icon here or close icon here? I don't want to use this, and if I remove that, it will actually looks good and it will be minimal. So once again, go to command S for setting, and I want to search for close, let's say button. Okay, so it says close button. Close button, tab close button is here. It says it is on the right. You can move it on the left side, but I don't want to show it, so I can have it off. So it is now closed. Okay, so this is closed. And what if I want to close any tab? I can simply say command W. Wow, very nice. In that way, we are forcing ourselves to use keyboard instead of mouse. So that is the power of actually using keyboard, and that is actually psychology, that you are minimizing everything to forcing yourself to use the keyboard. And now suppose by mistake you closed any tab or any file you don't want to close. So suppose I have closed the index, but I don't want to close the index, I want to reopen it. Yes, you can search and reopen it, but if you can press Command Shift and T, you can see we have the previous closed tab opened once again. So if I close serviceworker.js by mistake, if I want to get it back, I can have Command Shift T, and if I close two windows, then as we have closed, we can get them back like this. So it is very useful when you want to open the recently closed file, and you don't have to search that file, you don't have to go to the Explorer. Actually, you always want to close the Explorer. Now let's see the power of breadcrumbs. Remember, we have removed it, and we have removed it by going to the setting and breadcrumbs. We have disabled it, but I want to open it sometime when I need it. Just like Explorer, activity bar we did, we need to have the shortcut for opening or toggling it. To go to the key bindings, I can go and press Command K and Command S and search for breadcrumbs, and here we have a bunch of command for breadcrumbs, but I am interested in toggle. So we have one, it is toggling on. That means it actually enable the breadcrumb. So if I press Command Shift and what it was, dot. So Command Shift dot, it actually, yes, enable it, but now I cannot disable it or I cannot hide it. For that, instead of toggle on, I can just use toggle. So I can totally remove this one, and I need to right click here and say remove key binding, and the same key binding I can use it here, Command Shift and dot. It is for breadcrumb, but it says existing command also have, which is replacing with the next and focus breadcrumb. So that's okay, and replace with the next value I don't want, we will see it later, but I know I want breadcrumbs toggle, and which I need to set it to Command Shift dot. Anyway, I want to set it. Oops, I did it wrong once again. Command Shift dot, done. Okay, so let's go to the index file or any file. So you can see breadcrumb is enabled. I want to toggle it, I want to hide it. Command Shift dot, it is gone. Once again, Command Shift dot, it is there. Yes, I can toggle it, but you know, cursor is always here. That means I can toggle the breadcrumb, but I cannot focus on it. Just like if I open the Explorer, I quickly have focus on that. You can see I can directly do something on the Explorer. Just like that, I want to focus on this breadcrumb also. Let's go to the key binding, and if I search for breadcrumbs, you can see one is there which is having the same key binding, focus and select, but the most important one is just focus. So if I see the bindings is Shift, Command and semicolon, so I can close it. If I press Shift, Command, semicolon, because it is not there, so how we can focus it? So let's toggle it, then focus it, and now you can see I press down key to open it, I press up and down to move into the files, I can press escape, and I am out of the focus from the breadcrumb. That's nice. But now what I want, as soon as I open it, I want to focus. So you know what I want to have the same command for this one. Okay, so now focus and toggle have the same. I can remove this select one, so because I don't want that. Okay, now let's do this. Command Shift, I am focused and I can directly do this. Escape, and I'm back with my editor. You can see like this. But next, what is the use of this one? How we can extract more information from this? That you can see if I open the service worker file. This is a very big file, not very big but little big file. It has a function and more than one functions. So you can see every breadcrumb have all the functions in it. So see, I'm working on this this service worker file, and I want to know what are the functions available inside this file. I press Command Shift dot, and yeah, I am on this file. I can press right key and press down key. You can see I have all these functions available, and by toggling and by moving around this, I can quickly go into any, you can say, function I have. If I press escape, yep, I am there. So once again, I want to go to this one, unregistered. I go there, I press enter, or you can directly go inside of that functions section. Like this function has two sections, then and catch. So Command Shift dot, then open this, and you can go here like this one. Also, if you have lots and lots of functions, then you can directly search here. So I can say register, and you can see I am here, and it has 3 for register. I can say check. Okay, so actually I need to once again go and search for check. Yep, and hit enter. I am directly on the check validate service worker. So much easy and very, very nice. Now suppose instead of searching inside this service worker file, which I can do easily, I want to go into this service worker.js, that means inside this source, and change to index file, and I am directly here, and I don't care where this file is opened. It just quickly move to that file. I don't have to open the sidebar also, the explorer. But how do I change it? I'm searching something, and if I press left key, it's not moving. So let's see how we can move between the different sections of the breadcrumb. So here we have a focus next. This is only working when breadcrumb is active. It is with the alt and the right arrow, and the previous with the alt and the left arrow. Okay, so that means I can go here. I am searching here, doing something. I want to go to this source directory and list every file. I can press alt and left. I am here, and now I can hit enter to move into this index.js file. Once again, let's get back to the service worker, and suppose I'm doing things. I open the breadcrumbs. I am here. And this is only going to work if you have active breadcrumbs. Like suppose I have focused on the breadcrumb, but I have not opened anything. I have not active file. So I can easily press left key without the alt. So like with alt it also works, without alt it is also working. But if I open this, and now if I press left, it's not doing anything because it is active. I need to move with the alt and left. I don't want to do this. Wherever I am, whether it is opened or not, I want to move into the spaces with the left key because I am on the breadcrumb. So you can see we have focus next and focus previous. So what I can do, I can change this to left. It says 7 existing for different situation. So this is only going to work when breadcrumb is active and is visible. So we don't have any problem with this left key. Yep, it is there. Sorry, it should be on the right. So because it is next, and focus previous, this one is going to be left. Okay, let's go. And now I am doing something. I want to go into the list of the file. I just press left key, and you can see I am here. I just realized that Command shift and dot is yes focusing, and it's not toggling, because once we have pressed command shift dot, it focus and it always focus. So we need to change it once again. So toggle breadcrumb, yeah, that is good, but we need to make sure this is once again command shift and semicolon, the default one, or you can directly press and say reset key binding. So we are back with the semicolon. So now if I say command shift dot, yeah, I can toggle, and after toggle I can press semicolon or command shift semicolon actually to move into different file. So just like this one, and I can once again toggle it and activate it by pressing command shift and semicolon. Very powerful thing is snippet, and what actually it is, let's see here. If I have this index.js and suppose I want to log something, so I just say log, and you can see we have this snippet. That means if I press enter, it is now autocomplete with console.log. Similar to this, if I want to create a function, so if I say fun, and here is the function snippet. And remember, we have not installed any extension for any kind of snippet. It's totally because of VS Code. And how we know about the extend snippets? So once again, press Command Shift P and just search for snippets. Yeah. So there is two things, like insert snippet or preferences, like what are the snippets you already have. So go to this and search for JavaScript, and it's JavaScript with React. So you can do that also, but let's go to the JavaScript. And here you can see we are having this print to console. Some of the snippet is there. Let's search for the JavaScript with React one. We have the same thing, but how we can write our own snippet. So suppose instead of this function I want to have an arrow function. So arrow function, no, not there, and I say function arrow, this is not there. So how we can write a arrow function? So generally what we do, we say const and the function name, so comes name and then arrow function, just like this. So I want to create this as a snippet, and we know this is actually a JavaScript thing. So I just cut it from here, and once again I go to this preferences, like configure user snippet, go to JavaScript, and here we have an example. So it says print to console, and this one is there. And what are the prefix? It says prefix, you say log, and then it will actually log. This we have actually used just like this. Now similar to this one, I want to create one more. So I just copy this and paste it and then uncomment it. And how I did that, once again let me show you. So I selected this, so I pressed Alt Shift and down key to replicate whatever I have selected, and then I press command and / to uncomment it. Very nice. Now I say arrow function, so name is arrow function, and I say func a, so funa actually so it is function arrow, or fun you can also give, but this will be body is something like this. But remember, body, everything is inside this double quotes. So here I need to say const and then name and then like this, and comes single quote, then there is nothing here, but here I need to close this, give a comma, and it says create a arrow function. Save this. Now let's try it. Funa func a and press enter. Yes, you can see we have a arrow function, but then I want to have this arrow first, not here, but I want to have here with the space. or a tab actually. So just like here, I want to give a tab, or after this, whenever I want to focus the cursor, I need to say $1. So $1 is there, but now it says some error. It says invalid character. So maybe I need space, not the tab. Okay, once again, let's type funa, that means function arrow, or afun. I need to rename it a fun. So that is actually a fun, the arrow function. You can see now the cursor is here. If you want to have a double space, you can have a double space, and then a fun arrow function. Yep, here is that. But I always want to have first selected, because whenever I create arrow function, I need to name it, then I hit tab. I want to move it on this body part. Once again, remove this, and here I need to say it is actually $1, but this is actually with the name. So here you can see we have dollar, then 1, and what it will be the label. So here comes dollar, and then we have curly braces. So curly braces, and the position is first with a colon sign. I say this is by default having a name as a label. Now let's try it, arrow function, and yeah, that is there, but I don't want to have this. I think it is here. Okay, so I should name it to second $2. Now I say arrow function. Yes, here is the name, and I call it let's say store, and then I press tab. I am inside this body. If you want to move here as a second tab and then third one here, so that you can give any parameter here, so I can once again remove this, and you can call it like once again dollar with the 2 colon values, and then this will be third one. Okay, so this will be arrow function, name is store, and value is values, and I got as a third tab completion. I am here. So this is how you create your snippet. Now we have a very big problem with the snippets. What if you are on a PHP and you want to have some dollar sign? So let's go to a PHP project. So let's go here, and this is a Laravel application, and in this application let's go to any controller actually. Okay, so here we are, and inside this I want to create a function. So because I am on the PHP, I can easily say fun to create a function and press enter. You can see now it is having a public, and then if I press tab, it's saying the name I want to give and any values. If I don't want to give, I press delete or backspace, and finally I am on the body. But here I want to create something like I want to say var underscore dump, and then dollar sign and some variable. This I want to create with the semicolon, because it needs semicolon. PHP needs semicolon. Okay, so with this dollar sign I want to create this snippet for VD. I call it var dump. So I just cut it here, and then what I will do, I will once again press Command Shift and P, go to configure user snippet for PHP, and here as before we need to create something like this. So I selected that, I press Alt Shift and down key and press Command and / to undo or uncomment it and then change it. So I say var dump and dump any variable, and the body should be very easy. It should be like this. Okay, and prefix is VD, var dump. But if I do this, let's see, try it, go here and say VD, and here you can see we lost that dollar sign, because in the snippet dollar means the position we want to go. So what I want, actually, I want to have a double dollar sign, and let's try this. So $1 is for the snippet and second is for the PHP. So VD, hit enter, and yes, we have selected that variable, and I call it let's say if we have a name as a variable, so like this, and Sarthak. Yeah, this is the one, very nice. Okay, so this is how you can create the snippet. Now I want to tell you something about the tabs and the open files. That means you can see we are on the index.js, and if I want to go to the service worker.js, I can press Command, Alt and right arrow. If I want to go to the index, Command, Alt, left arrow. But what if I have more than one file? So let's say I have opened the test file and I have opened the app.css also. Let's close the sidebar, and now I am on the app.test.js. I want to go to service worker. I can press Command, Alt and right. Yes. Then if I am here once again on the app.test.js, I want to go to app.css. I can press Command, Alt and left. But what if I want to go to index.js from app.js? Do I need to move from this app.css by pressing Command, Alt and left? Yes, you can do that, but there is a shortcut. You can see every tab is visible here, and if I want to go to the first tab, I can just press Control and 1. Okay, it's not working. What about Control 2? Yes, I'm on the second tab. Control 3, I'm on the third tab. Control 4, I'm on the fourth tab, but Control 1 is not working. So let's open the key bindings, Command K, Command S, and I just type open editor at index, or you can directly search for combination Control plus 2, which is for opening editor at index 2, and for 1 you can see there is a binding, but I don't know why it is not working, and there is only one binding, so there is no clashing between the combination. I don't know what happened with this. If I close this one, okay, so totally Control 1 is not working, but I can switch between the tab using this, or I can just press Command, Alt and right and left to move into the tabs. You can also open the previously closed tab. So I just press Command, Shift and T to open the previous tab. I can remove or close the tab by pressing Command W, and these things are actually normal key bindings. So if you are on Chrome or you are on Edge, then this is working. So I can press Command, Alt and left key to move into the left tab, and Command, Alt, right key to move into the right. I can close by pressing Command W, and I can directly go into the tab by pressing Command 1. It's working here, although it here Command. So these are the actually normal key bindings available for anywhere actually. You can also manually move some files between the tabs, like you can drag this on the right side and you can easily work between this and switch with the Command, Alt and right or left arrows. So this is a nice feature that you can easily move tabs. But the irritating point I feel on this Explorer is, suppose I have closed the Explorer and every folder is actually collapsed. I try to open, let's say, app.test.ts. Now I open the Explorer, you can see the directory where this app.test.js is available is already opened. Suppose I want to open this index.html. So see, I am going to open index.html, which is inside public folder, I know, but as soon as I open it, you can see this folder is now opened, and I really hate this thing because I know that this file is inside public directory. I don't want to go into that. If I want to, then I can switch to the breadcrumb and I can easily have a look that okay, this is inside the public directory. So I want to close this thing. How I can close this, or how I can close this functionality actually? Okay, so once again go to the settings, and this is related to the folder. So how I can search like folder, but it's not given here, or actually it is related to explorer. So in the explorer you can see we have explorer 10 things are auto reveal, control whether the explorer should, or yeah, this one is there. So now what I can do is I try to open index.html. Yep, public folder is automatically opened, but now I say auto reveal, reveal, yeah. Okay, so auto reveal is true. I can set it to false. Now see, I just close everything on the explorer by pressing the new command we have set, alt cf, collapse folders. Now I am going to open the index.html, and yes, you can see public folder is not opened. Next thing is I want to see on these tabs is if I try to click on any file, we just have a simple preview and it's not staying in the tab, or I can say it's not opening in a new tab, it's just replacing everywhere. Sometimes this is good, but you know, I always feel that if I open the file, I can easily close with my command, which is command plus W. I can easily close it, so there's no matter of having a preview. We can also remove that thing. Go to setting and search for preview, and now it says editor preview. Okay, so where I can search for, this is a feature for, let's say, text editor, enable disable ability to preview and changing before renaming. It's before renaming. And editor, control whether opened editor show as preview. Yeah, this I want. Or control whether open from quick open show as preview. Let's try this one. Okay, so I'm here and I open the sidebar with command 1 and click on app. Yes, you can see now I can open any file in new tab, and when I want to close this file, I can quickly press command W so that I don't need it. This is the thing generally have a very high opinion. Some people like this thing, some don't like this thing. I have this that I don't want to have any preview. So these things are for the tabs and mastering tabs in VS Code. If you want to be a better programmer, you need to keep your mouse aside, or you can use it very often. So everything should be with the keyboard. So how we can actually uncomment or create a comment? So you can see these lines are commented. If I want to uncomment it, I can just go on any part of this line anywhere and just press command and / like this, and you can see it is now uncommented. If you want to uncomment more than one, you need to select them and then uncomment. You have seen that it has only uncommented first two lines, although the cursor is on the third one, because third line is not selected even a single character. But if you select at least one character, now if you press command plus / yes, you can easily uncomment it. And this is valid for every language, whether you are on JavaScript, Python, or any kind of language, it will going to work, because this is a native VS Code thing. Next thing you need to master is how you can select a line. Okay, so you just need to press Command, Shift and right to select all the line. For that, you need to be on the first, you can say starting on the line. This means wherever you are, if you press Command, Shift and right, it's going to select that thing. Actually, we can start with the Shift and right. Shift and right is actually going to select each of the letters. How many times you are pressing the right key, that will going to select. But if you want to select whole line, well, that should be with the Shift, Command and then right. Okay. Then next, if you want to select not by character but by words, then you can press Shift, Alt and then right key. You can see now it is selecting word by word. App, to, work, offline, and that is actually going to work in both ways. If you want to go on the left side, you can Shift, Alt and left key, and offline, work, to. Similar to this, if you want to select all of the things from wherever you are till the starting of the line, press Shift, Command and left. This is very nice. But what if you want to move between the line like this? So as we know, from Command and right, we can go to the left and right. If you are on Windows, you can use the end and the home key to move between the starting and the ending of this. But if you can press Alt and then you can move, yeah, you can see we can easily move between the word to word on the left and right by pressing Alt, right, Alt, left. And that's how actually Shift is working. So pressing Shift is actually going to select things, and now with the Command you select full line, with Alt you select simple word. If you want to select more than one line, then you need to press Shift and then down. You can see it has selected first one and now it's on the second line. Once again down, selected the two line. That will also going to work if you are on anywhere inside the line. So press Shift, down, and you can see the cursor is at same position on the 15th line. Now it is on the 16th line. So you can select from this to this, and if you want to go to the end, press Command, Shift and right. Yeah, it has selected everything. But this is having lots of work. What if, let's go here, what if I want to select from React DOM.render till this thing? Yeah, I can do this like press Shift, then press down, 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 and then like this. Instead, there is a shortcut for selecting everything for you. This time you need to add one more key, like this one. So first you select first line, and then, and remember how you select the first line, Shift, Command, right, or if you are on Windows, then you need to press Shift, end button. Okay, now so select the first line, and this time press Shift, Control, Command and right key. You can see it has selected everything on that block. Similarly, if I go to the service worker file, you can see this is a block of code. Lots of things are there. So first I need to select the first line, and then I press Shift, Control, Command and right. You can see all these things are selected, which is for the particular block of code for that particular function. But still I'm not happy with this, because I need to select first line and then I need to go and press Shift, Command, Control and right. So for that, let's go to the key bindings, press Command K, Command S, and if you are on Windows, you can find every kind of combination from this keyboard shortcut. So just say select and we get lots of options. Here we are interested in selection of everything. So what we can see here, we have this thing, expand selection. So it is having four combination: control, shift, command and right arrow. We have seen that with the control, shift, command and right arrow we can select everything. Whoa! But we have used the same thing when I have told you that first select this one and then press control, shift, command and right arrow. This means you can go inside that block of code like a function or this one. You can press shift, control, command and right to select everything. If you are on Windows, you can check what the key combination is given inside your VS Code on this expand selection. And this is also going to work here. I'm inside of this function, press shift, control, command and right arrow. You can see everything has selected like this one. So selecting lines or block of code is good, but what if you want to select particular word? Like this is the one, but I want to select it so that I can rename it or I can remove it. Suppose I want to convert this to React to Vue, so I can press Command and D. You have seen that directly it has selected this one, and this means now I can press delete or I can directly start writing with this. So it has now changed to Vue, which is obviously not the thing. But let's see what it is given here. So it says add selection to the next find match, which is command D. Or if I search for the key combination command D, which is this one. So what that mean? This means if you press command D for particular word or string, then it has selected that one, but you can see this one is also highlighted. This means if you once again press command D, it has selected both of that word. And if you continue by pressing it, it will search everything, and yeah, you can see it has selected this React also. So it's now up to you. Suppose you don't want to select this one, then you need to just press one time command D and take a look on the right side on this thing. You can see it has one selection here. If you press once again command D, it has two selection here. Yeah, that's good. And if you can search for React with a capital R, now you get all the selections on the right side. If you only want to select the cases like with a capital R, you need to enable this one. And now you can see it has also only selected the React with the capital R. If I change it to small r, it has only selected with the small r. You can directly change or replace something from here. I can replace React with a Vue and I hit enter. So wherever I have selected React, it has changed. But instead of this, what I want to replace everywhere. Okay, so how do I do that? I just need to press command and then enter. You can see everywhere it has changed. And that happened because, once again, let's open search. And to open the search, I have used the command F. I just forgot to tell you, command F. And by expanding this one, and here you can see we have this one, which is replace and replace all with the enter, like command and enter. So selecting the block, line, word, character is good. But what we can do with that selection part? Obviously you can copy. So if I press Control, Shift, Command and right arrow, it has selected the block. I can press Control C to copy and then paste it anywhere I want. But instead, sometime it may happen that you want to replicate that selected thing in a line above or line below. That is generally happen when you have a UL, then you have the LI, and you want to create more LIs. So how you can create it? If you want to replicate or copy a line below or above of that particular line, you can press Shift, Alt and down arrow to create a new line with the same content, or I can press Command Z to undo. Then press Shift, Alt and Up to create same thing on the upper portion. So suppose I have this with hello, and now I want to create this empty li above this li. So I press Shift, Alt and Up key, so to create it a new one on the above of that particular line. Same also happen with the selection. So if I select this line and I press Shift, Alt and down, you can see everything we have selected, every line is now replicated, copied below. Also you can do the same for the above. So I can press Shift, Alt and Up to create a new thing above. But generally what happened, sometime you have created new thing like hi, and I create one more for hello, hi, hey. Okay, now I want to move this like hello, hi and hey. So this will be the sequence. So I can easily move line up and down by pressing Alt and Up key and down key. So you have seen that with this Alt and Up I can move the line, but with Alt and Shift I can create new line above or below it. So these things are for the selection mastery. That means you can select, you can do various things with this lines and selecting characters, everything is there. Now I am on the 6th line, cursor is blinking here. But what if I directly want to go to 17th line? How I can go there? So there is a shortcut key for that, and I can open shortcut keys by pressing Command K and Command S, and I can search for go to line, and here we have, which is actually Control G. Okay, so I'm on the 6th line, I press Control G, I say 18th line, and here I am. If you don't want to press Control G, you can directly press Command P and type :18, and here I am. Command P :5, I am on the line number 5. So this is very nice, and that I got from this, like if I press Control G, you can see it is normal search bar, but with the colon sign it becomes the searching for the line. Just like if I have a greater than sign, I can have the settings and related things for VS Code. So this is very handy feature. But going to the particular line is good. What if I want to go at the bottom of the file? Because sometimes I don't know how many lines are there inside this file. So this file is very big and it has 142 line, but suppose I don't know, so I can press Command and down arrow to go at the bottom. You can search here Command and down. It is for the on the text input focus cursor bottom. This is for the cursor bottom. So if you are on Windows, you can search for the cursor bottom and you will find the key binding. Okay, so that is helpful for going to the bottom. What if I want to go at the top? I think you guessed it right, Command and up. So Command up for the starting of the line or starting of the file actually, or Command and down key to go at the bottom of the file. But next is like, okay, I am suppose here on line number 22. I want to check how many lines are there inside this file. Okay, I press Command down to go into 142. But now I want to go to the same line, which is line number 22, and I can go like this. But suppose I even don't know what was the line. So I was just moving around and just I press Control or Command down, but I don't know what was the previous line. So I can just press Command and U to go at the previous position. Once again, search for Command and U, and it says cursor undo. Cursor undo means wherever you were, just go there again. So suppose I am on the if statement. For doing something, I am here on the return, but now I don't want to use my cursor mouse to go into the if statement. I can press command U and quickly jump to that part. So if there is a command U, I don't know, I have not checked it. Let's search for cursor redo. So cursor okay, so cursor undo is there. No, cursor redo is not there, but in that case that would be cool. Next thing is folding for any function or a block of code. So if you hover here, you can see we have this folding icon. So if I click here, it's now folded that if statement. If I want to fold this function totally, I can click here and it has folded this function also. Instead of clicking here, once again use the key binding for this. Let's go to the keyboard shortcuts and it's fold and unfold. So search for fold and you can see we have a fold for it's alt command and opening bracket. Then there is an unfold for alt command and closing bracket. Okay, so if I want to fold this block of a statement, which is if statement, I say alt command and starting of the bracket, that is folding, and I want to unfold, once again alt command and closing bracket. Similar to this, you can see it is folded and I can easily unfold it. Also, it is valid for the register, that means the function. Yeah, it is there. You can also fold or unfold every function in your file. So this file has lots of functions, or I can say code block. So if I go here, you can see just we have a fold. We also have a fold all. So it says command K command O for folding everything, and for the unfolding we have a command K command J. Okay, let's go here and then I say command K command 0. Yes, you can see now everything is now folded, all the functions is now folded. I want to unfold any one function, then I can say alt command and closing of the bracket. Yes, you can see this one is all only unfolded, but I want to unfold everything. I say command K command J. Yeah, this is folding and unfolding of any code block. One last thing I want to fix is, you can see whenever I go and hover any code block, if there is suggestion and we get that suggestion quickly, but I want to delay this because sometimes I'm just saying anything and as soon as I want to select it, something came up like this, so it's annoying. So I just search for hover. Actually I need to go to settings and search for hover, and it is hover is actually 300 millisecond. So I make it 500. Now there is a delay which you cannot actually observe. What if I say 2 second, 2000 millisecond? Now see, and yeah, after 2 seconds of silence we got this one. Once again 1 2. Yeah, so it would be good if I say it 700, then it's marginable, and yeah, it is very nice. So this is how you actually use the folding and unfolding and go to anywhere. If I just have my cursor on the React word, you can see the word React is highlighted. Also, all the occurrence of React is also highlighted. So this plus at the top React is there. Also on the right side you can see we have 3 selection and 3 occurrence of that word. Similarly, if I click on this strict mode, that means having a cursor there, now you can see we have a 2 selection on the right side. This is very nice feature that you can have a look that how many occurrence of that particular thing is there. Okay, but next what we know that if I press command D 2 times, it has selected the next occurrence of the same word. But by doing that, we got this multi-cursor. So if you want to have this multi-cursor, it's not required that you need to press command D or you need to find the matching word. Suppose you want to have a cursor here and here, two places. So what you can do, either you can find this greater than sign and select it and then press command D, then you have this like here. Also you can press alt and then click wherever you want to have the cursor. So I want to have a cursor here, here and here. So you can see it's very easy to have a multi-cursor in your application or in your editor by just pressing, once again, have a cursor here, press alt and click here. Now you can move this cursor anywhere you want, like up, down, right, left. And if you are done, when you are done with things, just press escape to go out of the multi-cursor mode. Now let me show you the power of multi-cursor. For that we need a object or an array actually. So this is the fruits I have inside this array. Now I want to convert this array of fruits into an object of fruit which having the name and the quantity. So how about selecting everything and then create a new object? So first you can see there is no relation between any of the fruit. So how we can select it? We have a multi-cursor. We can do like this, this, this and this. And now I just press shift, alt and left. So it has selected every word. Now I can press copy and then here I can create const object. So it's like fruits obj is equal to like this and paste it. Now you have seen that it has pasted something like this. Now to convert the object I need to press alt and have multi-cursor here, then press colon and the quantity and the comma. So this is now converted into an object. But I don't want to press multiple times and do all that alt and click. So actually I need to copy it in a different way. So I just undo here and then we know we can have the multi-cursor, but now this time instead of having multi-cursor, I first select this single quote and the comma, press command D, 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 and for the last one I can use the alt and this press, or I can generally do like having a semicolon there and then I press like command D, 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 D. Then instead of selecting all these things, I can expand the selection. How I can expand the selection? We know to expand the selection we just need to press shift, control and right arrow. You have seen that it has expanded the selection and now it has selected everything with a single quote on both sides. So copy now all these things, go to here and paste it. Now everyone has this single quote, then we have a new line and then again we have a single quote. Let's check this, 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 and for the last one I think I cannot do anything. So I need to once again go left and you can see I am on the all 4 places, and for the 5th one I can just use my alt plus click, and now I can simply do this, press command right if I want to do and press comma, and yeah, I have done that. So if you maybe you feel that this is more of work, but this is very useful when instead of having just 5 you have 20 or 30 things you want to copy and do something like this. It actually save lots of time. Multi-cursor is awesome. we can take it a level next. What I'm going to do, let's just undo everything. And now suppose a cursor is here and I want to select all these things. Instead of doing all these junk, you just press Shift Alt, and this time you can just drag your cursor like this, and wherever you go there is a multi cursor, and now simply you do what you want. What if I have some spaces here? I don't want to do the cleaning myself. I only want to have this by formatting. That means if I press Ctrl Shift and P and I search for format, it says format document. If I hit it, you can see it has already formatted. And one more thing is there, you can have the shortcut for that. So if I go here, it says the shortcut is Shift Alt and F. So Shift Alt and F. Yeah, but it would be cool if I do something, I save it and it auto format. So it says save and format. So it says save without formatting is there, but save and format is not there. But you can enable that. Go to the setting by pressing Command and comma and say save on format. Actually that means format on save, and yeah, we have a format on save. So check this one, and now see I have unformatted code, which is something like, if I have it like, my tab is not working. I think I have removed the tab. Anyways, I can have this, and as soon as I save this file, you can see it has auto formatted. So let's first fix that tab problem. I close the settings and I go to the key binding, pressing Command K and Command S, and here I type tab focus. And tab focus is toggling is with Shift, Control and M. Okay, so currently tab is not working, and now if I press Shift, Control and M, yes, now you can see the tab is working. So format on save is working, but sometimes we don't want to format particular thing. Suppose I don't want to format like this one. I don't want to format. Then I need to press Command Shift and P, and then I say save without format. And this is, now you can see the white dot is not available. That means the file is saved. So this is very handy feature. Sometime you want this, and that's how you can use it. Next, you can see if I go at the bottom of my page, and there are lots of white spaces and empty lines are available here. If I save this file, I want to remove all these white spaces from here. To do that, let's open Command comma, that means settings, and search for trim. And I don't know what I'm going to trim. Trim final new line when enable will trim all new line after. Okay, let's try this one. So trim new lines, save this file. Yes, it has saved, and we just have one new line, which is obviously required for starting with anything new. And here also you can see we have a bunch of spaces, and if I save this, okay, this line is also not removed. So this is trailing one. So trim trailing white space. So when enable trim white space, and now if I save it, you can see even if I have the spaces, it has now removed that from every line. That's very nice. So this is the trailing white space removal. One more is, if you go to the service worker, you can see because this line is too big, I need to scroll horizontally to see the content on the right. Instead, I can say wrap. That means turn that line into new line. So if there is no space left, then move the content into new line. So you can see now we cannot scroll horizontally, because if there is no space left on the right, the content will be in a new line. So this is actually the single line, and I really like this because sometimes while scrolling I just scroll horizontally with vertically also, and then I lost the position where I am. So that's very nice. Now let's talk about the very important thing, which is terminal in VS Code. Yeah, VS Code has its own terminal. So you can go at the top and here the terminal, and to create a new terminal or to open a new terminal, you just need to say new terminal, and here you have the new terminal. Very nice. But also you can see we have this new terminal shortcut, which is control shift, and this is actually tilde, I think they call it. Okay, so tilde is above tab or just on the left of one. So control shift and tilde, yeah, that's good. And if you want to toggle this, you can just press control and tilde. So you can see it's not given here, so I can show you on the key bindings. I can search for control tilde, and yeah, this is there. So toggle integrated terminal. So if you even don't have this if you don't want to create a new one, so suppose I have closed this, so I don't have any terminal, but if I press control tilde, yeah, it has created new terminal, and every time I do this, you can see it's toggling, not opening a new terminal. Currently I have 3 new terminal inside my project. I can close this like this, delete, delete and delete. Now I don't have anyone. If I open it, yep, one is there. If you want to create new terminal, yep, there is this plus icon to create new terminal. You can split the terminal into halves like this, and then you can switch between these two, and yeah, obviously you can close them. But all these things I want to be happen with the keyboard shortcut. So let's see what we have on the keyboard setting. I press Command K, Command S and search for terminal. Okay, so it says clearing terminal. We will see this later. But what is a new terminal? I search for new. Okay, now we have a new terminal. It says Shift, Command and C. Okay, so open a new terminal, Shift, Command and C. Okay, so that's not working. Once again, let's verify the shortcut. Shift, Command, C when not in terminal focused. So okay, let's try this. Shift, Command and C. Actually it has really opened the new terminal in, not in the integrated terminal, it has opened this terminal, this terminal of my Mac. So I don't want this. To create a new terminal, you can see next one is Control Shift and tilde, and I think that was given here, Control Shift and tilde. So I say Control Shift and tilde, and you can see we have new terminal. Once again, Control Shift tilde, we have a new. Next I want to remove this terminals. Okay, so let's toggle the terminal window by pressing Control tilde. Yep, I can toggle it. Now I need to remove the terminal, so I can say remove, no, so delete, no, so close. Okay, so what they call it. Okay, let's search for remove terminal, scroll there, lots of things are there. Okay, so this, I think there is no, okay, I think there is kill, terminal killing, yeah. So kill the active terminal. Okay, there is no key binding, so how I can create a new key binding? So think about this. Control tilde is for opening the, toggling the window. Control Shift tilde is for creating the one, and I can suggest one for Control Shift K maybe. Let's see, is there any availability for this command? Control Shift K, this is for killing of the terminal. So we don't have anything for this, that means this key binding is available. So kill terminal, and I can say Control Shift K, kill terminal. Now that's good, and let's toggle the terminal window. I want to kill it, so Control Shift and K. You can see now 6th one is killed. 5 4 3 2 and only 1. If I kill this one, yep, it is closed. Once again, let's open it. So we know that we can create, we can delete, and now let's see how we can split the terminals. So to split terminal, let's search for a split. Yeah, a split window is there with this like command and backslash. Okay, let's open this command and backslash. So now I have opened two windows of terminal, one on the right, one on the left, and I can do something here like this, and everything is working here. So if I want to create a new terminal on the right side, but it has created the one on the new window actually. So for this window we have a two terminal. Let's see if I delete it. Control Shift and K. Yes, I can delete it. Okay, so next we want to first, let's delete this one also. So create a new split of terminal. I want to focus between the splitted terminals, so changing the focus. So split inactive, no, I can say focus terminal, and find next is there, find previous is there, focus next. Okay, Command F, let's try. So Command F, now this is searching. Okay, focus find, this is one. Focus next, focus line, focus pane. I think the pane one is there, so this is Alt Command and down arrow. So Alt Command and down. Yeah, I can switch between these two by using Alt Command and down arrow. But the most required one is, suppose I have one more window, and now I want to switch between these two windows of terminal. So let's go to the keyboard shortcut and terminal focus, and focus next and focus previous. They don't have any shortcut. I want to add it. If I try to add Shift, Control and right, it's already having some key binding, because everything is related to Shift Control. To create new one, Shift Control tilde. To toggle terminal window, Control tilde, and then to kill we have created Shift Control K, and that's why I want to use it. But if I can see expand selection, which is important one, so I can do one thing. There is a situation when you want to use it. So I want to use, once again, terminal focus. So you can see there is a situation called terminal focus. So I can copy this situation. So change when. So I just copy this and go to the next terminal focus. Where is terminal next? Yeah, so focus next one. So I press Control Shift and right. Okay, no problem, I can create it. But now where is that? Where it's gone? I think this one. But now I need to give it the condition when it is available. So terminal focus. When terminal is focused, then only use this one. So similar to this, I want to go to the previous one. So focus previous one. So I can search for focus previous terminal, and yeah, so focus previous terminal, this one. So Control Shift left, and when the terminal is focus. Okay, now let's try. Open the terminal. We have two terminal. I want to go to the first one, that means on the left. Yeah, I want to go to the second one, right. That's amazing actually. Next, what if I write something like npm version we are having here, then node version, and I want to clear this. So I think command K is good for this one, which is actually clearing the terminal. Very nice. It is the native one. Generally everywhere it is used. You can also find something inside the terminal. So if you have a text here, or you have git commands, and you can search with the command F and search for pull. So yeah, you can see it is selected. It's a general purpose thing which is common actually. So once again I want to clear it, so I press command and K, and that's done. We can also set the terminal font size. So once again go to setting, and I say terminal font. It's not there, so maybe terminal, just terminal I search, and now I can see, yeah, 49 things are there. So I search here font terminal, yeah, so font size is 12, I can make it 14, and now you can see it is looking bigger. You can also have some font weight, as everywhere we also have, and the line height I can have 2. So if I say node, yeah, you can see line height is bigger. So instead of this I should have a 1.5. yeah, this one is good, or maybe 1.2. yes, this is very nice actually. Okay, so this is how you can master the terminal, and you can set various things on the terminal. Now let's set up a beautiful font for our VS Code. Let's press command and comma and type font. You can see it says font family for the editor is here. We can type any font name here, and that will going to apply instantly. So let's have a very nice font, which is Fira Code font. And here we are, and here we have the GitHub repository for this, and this is again a very nice, and it also has this kind of feature that it merge all these different you can say signatures. So how we can do this? It's very easy. Just click on this one to start downloading our font, and the font is installed. So here we are having the fonts, and let's go to TTF, select all, and then open any one, and now we can install all the font instantly. And now we can see we have all the light, medium, regular, retina, bold, and semi bold, all kind of fonts are available here. So because now that font is in our system, we just need to define here that we are going to use Fira code. But because Fira code is actually a 2-word, so we need to use a single quote to define that this is actually a single font name. After applying this, let's open app.js, and you will not feel much difference, but here is the difference. You can see the R design of this R, you feel like is changed. And if I remove this Fira code, and then you will see, yeah, it's now changed in front of you. Yeah, but the exciting part of this Fira code is the ligatures, these ligatures. So what we need to do, we need to enable the ligature in this settings.json, and I will say true. And once I did that, save the file, and now whenever I use, let's say, double equal sign, it's now combined or merged, and yeah, this is here. So greater than and equal to will designed like this thing. So this is how you can add the font, and this actually settings.json is a file where you actually have all your custom settings. So whatever we did on the setting part is actually written here. Similar to this Fira code font, we also have one more font which is called Haskling. I don't know how to pronounce this properly, but Haskling is again a very nice font which include this ligatures. So you can see this is the one, and you can simply download this just like we did for Fira code, and then you have some ligatures. The ligatures for this one is little different from the Fira code. I like Fira code design, which is better for this one, and but yeah, you can use the Haskling also. Now let's open this font, and we need to obviously install this font. So here we have the font, and now open anyone and then install everyone. So now we have a Haskling, and let's define that here. Instead of Fira code, we can simply say Haskling. Haskling is there, which is a nice font, and this time yeah, it is a good one, but ligatures are different. As I told you, you can see we don't have triple equal sign, but we have a double equal merged, and yeah, something like this. So you can see we don't have a ligature for this one, but yeah, it is good. But I know everyone is going to use the Fira code. So these kind of ligatures and font you can define. Also you can define the font for your terminal. So currently terminal doesn't have any ligature. I don't know what happened with this. Previously it had, but currently it's not working. The ligature is not working for terminal. Maybe I have forgotten the setting maybe. So let's now do one thing. Let's go to the settings, and here font terminal, and the terminal font, actually I need to save terminal then font. Yeah, so terminal font, it's a blank, and now I need to say I want to use Fira. So Fira code. Save this one, and yeah, you will see if I reload. It is I think it is yeah, okay, so who got the point? So since this is already using this font family of the editor, that means Fira code is already applied to the terminal. Let's try to use Haskling, and now the terminal font is become Haskling, and obviously Fira ligatures are not working. If you have very big monitor, then you probably need to split your window into two halves, so that you will have two editors and you can open two files side by side in one window. And how you can do that? You just need to press command and backslash, and now you can see the editor is now splitted into two halves, right and left. You can work among anyone, and you can also create one more like this. But how you can switch between the editors? It's very easy. You are on the fourth one, so say command 4, and yeah, command 5 for the fifth one, 4 3 2. But you can see the first one is we have configured for opening and hiding of the sidebar, so that's why we have some issue. And it's not actually issue, it's our own custom settings. So that's why, let me show you. If I press command K, command S, and search for command 1, then you can see toggle of sidebar is with command 1, but focus first editor group is also with command 1. If I search for command 2, oops, I need to write it actually. So cmd plus 2, you can see it's for the focus second editor group. So that's how you can actually configure if you want to use. I'm not a big fan of splitting things, so that's why I'm not going to use this, and I'm stick with this toggling of the sidebar with command 1. Let's see the power of VS Code for refactoring of our code. So I have opened index.js, and in this index.js we are using this app component, which is imported from app directory and app file actually. So if I open the Explorer, we have this app.js. Suppose I rename it. So if I rename it, and I don't have to right click and jump. As soon as I open the sidebar, focus comes here. I just hit enter to enable the renaming, and then I say it's actually my app, not just app. By doing that, if I hit enter, you can see now it's asking for updating for everywhere. So I say automatically, always automatically update import. So as soon as I did that, you can see now it has changed, and yeah, it is unsaved file obviously, because now I need to save it. Everything will work absolutely fine, and from here we are exporting this app actually, and that's how we are importing app. So renaming file also rename its imports, but what about renaming the import name? So let's try to rename this one. Once again, if I right click, and we have one bunch of refactoring options, and the rename symbol is having a shortcut for F2. So just keep your cursor there, then press F2, and now it's asking for the name. Now it's instead of app, I want to say that this is actually my app, but we know that this app import is actually used here. You can see on the line number 9. So by renaming here, it will also rename all the references of that particular variable or import. And that's again a very nice thing, because refactoring or renaming anything is a hell difficult thing if it is not renamed everywhere. Let's go to the my app, and here suppose I create in this click it, I create a function called const result is equal to, if true, then return this result will be 5 or 4, otherwise it will be 0, and that's it. But then what I can do also, I'm going to say return the log the result here. So if I select this line, so then after I just right click or click on this bulb to just refactor it. So we have this bulb, and we have various options to create the refactoring. We can extract into a constant enclosing scope, so like this. So we have a different scope now, and also let's undo it. Then we can create another function, and yeah, it is now moved into a scope of app instead of click it. Let's get back. Then you can see we have a module scope. That means now it is at the module level, so scope is changing actually. And next we have the inner function. So click it inner function. We have created a new function called rislt. So this is the function I have created, and that function is actually computing all these things, and then we are having this. Once again, let's refactor it in a different way. So create a inner function. So function is now created inside this app scope. So we have this function somewhere, yeah, here we have that function refactored in a proper way, and then that scope is now inside the app instead of click it. Once again, let's try another. Finally, we have export to a function on a module level. That means the function should be oops, I need to say result. So I think once again, so let's name it result without you, and now that function is in a module level scope. So you can see the refactoring is very easy with different kind of scopes. Till now we have explored all of the things for VS Code, and we have not installed any extension, or we have not looked for any language. Let's get started with HTML and some of the HTML related awesome extension for VS Code. Let's create a index.html file. So VS Code native things first. If you give an exclamation mark, and yeah, we have some suggestions. Second one is having this, which is going to create the doc type, but if the first one is awesome. You can see just by hitting enter with that recommendation, we can see we have all the mockup and scaffolding for our HTML only. VS Code also support the HTML5. That means if you create some HTML5 tag, it will also understand and autocomplete it. So this is called IntelliSense for HTML. But the most important thing which I like in VS Code is whenever you type div and you want to complete it, yeah, you can see the closing is also there, and sometimes you just write it like this. And if I say div, and as soon as I close this div, you can see the second part, the closing tag, is created automatically, and that's a very powerful thing. But even if you don't like, because it's highly customizable, if you don't like that thing, you can search for HTML, and here we have a auto closing disable or enable. I just disabled it, and now if I try to create div and if I try to close it, you can see there is no closing, proper closing of the div. But since I like this one, so I will enable it. Okay, so that's amazing thing. VS Code can also suggest you the closing part of any tag. So if I hit or have a cursor on the body, you can see the closing of that body tag is highlighted here. Similarly, if I have something, let's move this div inside this section part, and we know how to move. Select and press Alt and up to move that selected thing into the upper part, and now it is done. So you can see if I click on section, it has actually selected the closing one and highlighted it. There is also a very nice you can say indentation or formatting available for HTML codes. So if I restructure, or I can say I have not properly formatted, as soon as I close it, because we have set up the format on save, so that's how we have actually formatted everything in a very nice way. If you can see here at the last, when this is closing, there is no new line available. I am trying to move down the cursor, but it's not moving. But generally people like to have a new line after end of the code. So once again we are on the HTML, and we can see we have yeah, end with a new line. So if I turn it on, you can see as I save this file, yeah, we have a new line in the 19th line number, and that's again a feature from VS Code itself. Because in HTML you need to write lots of repeated kind of things. So suppose in this div you want to have a very nice example of Emmet is using a UL. So you need to create a UL, and inside this UL you want to create a li. So then that li should be 5 times, so I can press shift alt and down arrow to replicate these things. I think I have replicated 5 times, 6 times. Okay, so this is okay, but there is a Emmet kind of thing which can do all sorts of things in a nicer way. So you just need to define the tag name and then how many times you want. So I want a UL, and inside that UL, so this is a greater than sign, inside that UL there should be li, and how many li I want? I want 5 li's. And inside li, each li, I want to have a p tag, and that p tag should have a class of, let's say, red color and also having a id, but id should be only 1. So I can do like here. So ul should have a id, that means hash id of let's say list, yeah, this kind of thing. And after having this as a red, inside this p I want a span tag, and that span tag will have a class of let's say text small. And till now we are just writing everything inlined, and we have defined I want one ul, that should be id of list. Inside that li should be 5. Inside that p tag should be red colored, and inside that span should be of text small plus I want one more text bold, and then when you finish everything, just press enter, and now see, everything is now created with the magic of Emmet. And we have ID with the UL, with the p tag class of red. Inside that we have a span class of two class, text small and text bold for every li section we have. But this is not just for under things like p is inside li, span is inside p tag. You can also create one more tag. So to create one more tag, suppose you want to have a p tag plus a span tag inside this li. And now if I hit enter, you can see we have this li, and inside this li we have a more than one tag. So p tag is there and span tag is there. Emmet is very powerful, which is going to save lots and lots of time for you. And once you have this, then you can use the magic of multi-cursor. Remember, I just selected this li, the opening of li tag, and I just press command D and command D, and now I have a multi-cursor on these things, and I can do all sorts of things I want. Amazing thing is Emmet. And next important thing related to HTML is the auto renaming. So suppose this div is here, and inside this div I have created one h1 tag and say, hey VS Code, but that should be capital S, but I want to rename it to h2. So if I need to rename it, I need to rename it here, also on the closing side. But you know, this is okay because everything is in front of you. What happens if you don't know where is the closing part of this? If you have a file with 100 or 200 lines of HTML and you don't know where is the closing, you need to find it and then do all sorts of things, and that's very bad thing. So let's enable the auto renaming. So let's open the setting, and I say auto rename, and check this one. You can see rename on type. Now see the magic. Now I want to convert it to h4, so h4 is there. Yeah, you can see now it is converted to h4. I can totally change the tag from h4 to p tag, and that's how it is working. Cool, very nice. But what about the JSX or the custom components, custom tags? Let's try. It is not working here. Why it is not working? Because this auto renaming native one, which is supported by VS Code itself, is in initial stage. It is given here on the documentation of VS Code, actually release documentation. It says we are looking for the providing an API for that could make renaming experience available for other languages like JSX, XML, other thing. So till then, what you can do, till then you can install auto rename package, and this is going to work perfectly fine. So I have installed it quickly, and now this time I will go here and try. You can see it is working with that extension only. So that is very nice, and once it is available with this native one, then you don't need that extension as well. Now let's move to the CSS, Bootstrap and Tailwind CSS. So if you create a style tag anywhere, or if you have a separate style file, CSS file actually, and if you want to create something here, yeah, so CSS IntelliSense is also here. So suppose I want to provide this as a background color. So as I said back, now we have a bunch of options. This is the suggestions from IntelliSense of VS Code for CSS native one. So now I say background color, or I can just type fuzzy logic. So I have not correctly typed, but it sense that okay, you are trying to either say background clip or background color. Everything is there. You can just press enter and it's just completing. Not only that, you have a very nice preview for different colors here. So here we can say I want to have a green, but in the green yellow is also there. So as you save this file, you can see we have this preview of that color. Sometimes if you don't want to have this thing, what you can do, you can just say color and decorator, and if I turn it off, you will see now there is no color. But the best part of this color decorator is, instead of this name, if we define the color with the code, so let's say FF0000 for red color, and then if I hover over that code, you can see we have this color palette, and you can now change the color whatever suits best for your, and it's now changing at the top in real time. And then once you're done with that, you don't have to do anything because it is changed here also. So this is the power of, once again, VS Code only. Now suppose we have this section and we have created a class which is called let's say container, or simply I'm saying box, and inside that div is having a card. So suppose this is style I have created like box, and inside that box I need to have a div with a class name of card, and on that I want to have a color of white, and then we have a border radius of let's say 0.3 rem. Okay, so now this is done, but if I hover over it, you can see it's now defining, it's now suggesting that hey, this is actually having some element with a class, and inside that we have a div of this class of card. And that is because we have defined that there is a div. But if you don't provide any div or any tag name, then see it's saying that okay, there is an element, and again there is an element. So if you provide exact tag name, it can show you that it is referring to that proper HTML code. Next, I want to have something for the bootstrap. So I'm going to add bootstrap here like this, because now bootstrap is here. Let's open the extension market and here search for bootstrap, and now we have a bootstrap 4 snippets. Let's install this one. So you can see this is not just for bootstrap, it is also for font awesome 4, font awesome 5, and we are having very nice auto completion, which is actually given at the bottom. So if you want to create anything, just prefix with B4 for bootstrap 4 and then what you want. So let's try it, and let's say we need B4 button, so button with the A tag. So hit enter, and now you can see it has completed everything for you. So what if you want to create a bootstrap 4 form? So B4 form with the input, and I just want to create the form, nothing else, but actually we need to create something. Okay, so here we have, so div label input field and some error field with a small tag. Everything is given here with the use of this bootstrap 4 extension, very nice extension for font awesome also. I think font awesome, yeah, we also have font awesome 4. So fa so fee once again, so fa 4, and I want a user, so fa4 user is here. Very cool thing, we have done this with this powerful extension of bootstrap 4. VS Code has very nice integration for Git, and for that, if you go to the extension panel and search for built-in support, we can see we have a support for Git, Git UI, GitHub authentication, and all sorts of things which are going to help us in the journey of Git and source control or version control. So we know that if I open the sidebar by pressing Command Shift and A, we have this third one which is for the source control. And we can open this with our shortcut, which is Command Shift and G for Git. So I don't like to have the activity bar, I'm going to close this activity bar. So here we can see we have three files in the changes section, and each file is having this M written at the last. M for modified, and this is the modified version inside this changes. Now since we have all these modified file, we know that if we want to review our own code for a particular file, we can click there, and we have a very nice difference between the previously committed file and the current version of that file. So on the left we have a previous, on the right we have a changed file, and we have very nice UI for the differences. Plus means all these 5 lines are added. Then you can see this line is removed and added with this line, like this one. So on the right we have a plus, on the left we have a minus, and similar to this we don't have any this forward slash line means it was not there, but now it is there. So this is very nice, and it's very good idea or good practice to review your code before committing it to the Git. But if you don't like this side-by-side difference, then you can click on this 3 dot and toggle to the inline view. Now we have an inline view, so we can directly see that this file is removed, this line is removed and added with this line, and we have added this one. So it's very nice if you are a inline difference person, but I don't like to have that one. I like to have side-by-side differences so that I can see what is removed and what is not. And next very nice thing is this one. So suppose we are good with the all changes inside the app.js, and I want to stage this file so that I don't have to review it again. So just click on this plus icon or plus button, whatever you call, and it's now moved into the staged section of Git, and here we have, and similarly we can do staging for other files also. And suppose by mistake you have clicked on any file into the staged section, you can easily click on this minus sign to unstage all these files. But if you have lots of files, then you probably not going to click one by one, so you just review one by one and then click on this 3 dot. We have a changes, and we can simply say stage all changes. But similar to this, we can also have unstage all changes. So once again we are back with the unstaged modified version of file. Now since this file, when I'm reviewing this file index.html, I can see there is no actually content change, it's just the styling, or you can say the linting changes. So these name and content was on the new line, but now it's in the same line. So I don't want to change this, or I don't want to have this in Git history, so I want to revert this change. So I can click on this back arrow and it says discard changes, and it's asking for the permission or confirmation. Then if I click on discard changes, boom, that was gone. That means now if I open index.html, you can see we are back with the name and content on the new line. So that's amazing feature we have. Next, you can see we have discard all changes. We can do all changes in one go. Then you have this commit. So suppose you don't want to do anything like pressing here, moving into the staging area. No, you say, okay, everything is good, let's just commit. So just click on the commit, and it's asking for that you have not moved any file into staging area. By just directly committing, it will commit, stage and commit. So I will say yes, and then asking for the message, and I will say git integration tutorial and hit enter. And now you can see all these files are gone from here. That means we don't have any changes. And now if I check on this terminal git status, if I check, it says oops, there is nothing changed. And now if I search for git log, you can see we have a git integration tutorial. Okay, but you say that commit, I don't want to do that, so I want to undo it. Okay, no problem, just go to commit and say undo last commit, boom, we have all these things back on our staging area, because as I told you, it was first moved into stage and then committed, so it's just undo the commit. But now we have this staging area. If you want it, you can just move it into the changes area. So very nice integration of this VS Code with GitHub. You can also change the branch, so check out too. If you have a different branch, you can check out with a different branch, and similar to that, if I can press escape, it's gone. And now you can clone something, and then you can pull or push, you can force, fetch it, and stash anything. You can do something on the remote branches, dealing with the branches. Oof, lots of things, or I can say all of the Git features are here. Sometimes you want to have some emojis in your file. So suppose we have this, and whenever I'm saying edit here, and at the last I want to have a smiley. But how I can add a smiley here? I don't know the coding system and how I can format it. So if you search for emoji, nothing is there. That means we need an extension. So search for emoji, and we have lots of emoji packages, but the very famous one is, let's search for emoji. Yeah, this one, Emoji Sense. Emoji Sense is very famous, 78,000 downloads, and let's install it. And once you install it, you can just use the colon and then the emoji name, and after the name you can close it. So let's try it on our React code, and here we can try that. So if I say hand, it's not giving the suggestion for the hand, but don't worry, because if I search for emoji here, it says that pick an emoji and insert in editor. Okay, and we also have the shortcut, so command plus I think it is it I? Yeah, it is I, emoji. So I is there, and I search for hand, and I have that shake hand. If you want that to be a code, so it should be like so emoji, and then choose the second one with the shift command and I. So shift command I will going to have the hand and shake hand. Now you can see we have a shake hand with the colon and colon, and it is very nice and very famous extension to have in your VS Code. Must have extension. Another super cool extension I can show you is Pola Code. Yeah, this one. And Pola Code is really nice. We have various versions, but I like this one. So what it do actually, once you install it, you can create this kind of snippet, and if you want to share it anywhere. So let's say I have this repository, and I have this code in my app.js, and then I want to share this code to Twitter or on any social media platform. So I just press Command Shift P, and then I say Pola Code, and yes, you can see on the right we have a very nice explanation. So once you have opened this, just you need to select whatever code you want to have, and finally when you have this, just click on this one to take the snapshot, and that snapshot will be saved wherever you want. And this means now I can show you, here is the one which is actually created. So this is actually an image, a PNG image. You can create for any kind of code you want. So suppose we have a package.json, you can do the same. So let's close this one. Once again open Pola Code on the right side, then I'm going to select everything from here, and then you can see we have nice coloring theme and everything is there. Just click here, and then asking for the once again replace. Okay, so yes, we have that, and now that file is changed with the content of package.json. Super nice, super cool. fun extension. Talking about the markdown files, let's see the readme.md file. VS Code has native support for the markdown files, and I want to change the theme, and the theme should be with let's say Dracula. Okay, so as I said, markdown is having a proper highlighting for different sections, and that is very nice. But the real power of markdown with VS Code is the preview. So you have written these markdown styles, so this is h2 tag, h3 tag, and now I want to open or see how this is going to look. So I can press command shift P and I say preview, and here we have open preview. So when I open preview, now one tab is opened and we can see we have all of these things in a formatted way, which should be the real format of this markdown. So npm start is h2 tag, which is this one. Available script is available h2, actually this is h3, and some text. That's cool, but it's hard to switch between these two tabs. You need to press key combinations. Then VS Code has another thing. Once again, press command shift P and say open preview, but to the side, and now it is splitted, and you can see wherever you are working, it's now scrolling along with you. So if you scroll down at the bottom and you are trying to change it to minify to non minify like this, and it's changing in real time. Now sometimes it's not good to have the scrolling side by side. Whenever you scroll either side, you can totally disable anything. Okay, so now I say markdown scroll, and you can disable the scrolling update from either side. So I'm updating, or I'm actually disabling markdown preview is scroll update the view of the editor. So this means you can see when I'm updating this one, yes, this time markdown preview is updating, but when I update the preview, now this time you can see this editor is not updating, and same is true for this one. So if I do that, now nothing is going to update whatever you scroll. So this thing you can do, but obviously this is good to have these scrolling. But when you're writing a documentation and a markdown file become very long, then you need the breadcrumb. And yes, we have the breadcrumbs actually. So shift command and dot, we have enable it by this, and then shift command and semicolon can give you access or focus on there. Then you can use the down arrow to have this, and now you can scroll between every section of your markdown. This is very nice feature because everything is now in front of you. You can actually change it and do whatever you want. But let's press escape. But there is one more thing where you can get the overall view, which is on the Explorer. So let's press command shift and E. Explorer is here, and now what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this double dot or three dot, I don't know. Let's open the outline, and outline is exactly same what we got from the breadcrumbs. And obviously I personally like to have breadcrumbs because breadcrumbs is in my control. With a proper combination, I can easily switch between any breadcrumbs and any level. Actually, I can switch between any level. So that's very nice thing to have. All these things are natively for the markdown via VS Code, but we can boost the power of VS Code for the markdown with an extension. So let's press command shift and X and type here markdown, and markdown, yeah, the first one is the best one. Here we have markdown all in one. Exactly, it is all in one. So let's install this one and see what we have inside this. all the documentation is given here, but I'm going to show you everything so that you don't have to look on the documentation. Okay, so let's see what you want. You want to make this directory bold, but you don't know how you can make it bold. Press Command B, and yes, it is now bold, and you can see in this sidebar. Yeah, preview. This extension also give you the power to create list. So if I say 1, and you can see we have a 2, and then we have a 3, but this is not going to work if you don't have the extension. Not only this, you can also create the inline one like this one, and see the preview also like this. You can see these are here, but this is a you can say unordered list. You can also create an ordered list by just saying 1, then dot, then 2, that should be A. Let's try this, and then 2 dot, and I think this is not going to work. So what I need to say, 1 dot with a, yeah, like this, and now you can see it is properly reflected here, and this is because of this powerful extension we have. We can also create a simple table, and that table is also powered with this one. Like I have this simple table here, and if I paste it, you can see it's not formatted properly, but once I save this file, it's now properly formatted and in a nice way. You can see like this. So these things are there, and you can read more about this extension, which is going to give you the power for having all sorts of markdown thing. One more thing is you can see the preview on the right side is having a default dark theme. You can also change the theme for the preview, and how you can change the theme. So I can say markdown all in one. We have add update member section, create table of content. That's good. You can also create table of content. So somewhere at the top, yeah, you can see now we have all these table of content available here. So if I undo, you can see there is no table of content. Next markdown all. Print, you can convert into HTML. Once I click that, now I can have, and I can save that to HTML. So markdown all has lots of other things, toggle code block, list, math environment, but there was something for the designing, so no problem. So let's say markdown style, actually markdown GitHub style. I want that GitHub style. So here we can see we have this one, and it's called whatever it is called. So let's install this one, and then you can see now it is very nice, white background, light colored, and that's looking nice, and it is actually referred to the GitHub style designing. So yep, this is all about the markdown in VS Code. VS Code has very nice support for JavaScript, and if you are a JavaScript developer, you don't need any extension to get started writing your JavaScript inside VS Code. I can show you something. If you go here on this app.js, you can see I have created click it function, and since this function is inside this component, if I try to use this function, now VS Code automatically say that okay, you are inside a React library. So if you are saying on, that means you are talking about any event, and first and the famous one is on click. So you are probably asking about this one. So suggestions are super good. If somehow the suggestions are not coming, you can press Ctrl and the space bar to activate the suggestions. Yeah, if we have, and then we can just press enter, and here we are. Then we can define that when user click on the image or the logo, then what's going to happen? Yes, we are going to call this click it function which we already have defined. Once again, because VS Code know we are writing JavaScript, we are writing React. So as soon as I say C, I just typed C, and the first suggestion is click it. Super awesome. See this thing. I just need to press enter and it's auto completed. This is the power of IntelliSense for JavaScript, which is built in the VS Code. You don't need to install any extension. So even if I search for Command Shift and X, go to the extension panel, and here now I'm going to search for built-in, and here we have a feature, and we can see we have a feature for emit, git, and obviously we can see JavaScript debugging and some of other Node, TypeScript, many more things are available inside JavaScript natively. No need for external extension. So this was just the auto completion for your JavaScript, but you can also refer to some function, or you can call it sneak peek. So if I hover over any function or anywhere, if I hover over like this, so it's giving the definition what it is. Just like if I click on hover over on click, and click it function is a function which is returning void. But if I want to know, or if I want to have a sneak peek and look on what this function will look like, I just need to press command, and while I'm pressing it, if I hover over it, now you can see we have a definition. So once again, you can see now if I press command, and then you can see we have a sneak peek for this function, and it says, yeah, this is a function with this kind of definition. Now as soon as I release the command button, everything is gone. Not just this one. If you press command, and now you can see as soon as I press command, there is an underline in this, and we have a hand button, cursor pointer. If I click here, now I am directly moved to that function which is referred here on the on click. Once again, because JSX is here, VS Code know that we are writing JavaScript, we are writing actually React. That means if I say on click, yeah, it is giving on click with a capital C. Now let's open the HTML file. So here we have a index.html, and inside this, if I say oh, yeah, it know that this is not a JavaScript, this is just a pure HTML file. So it is having on click, but with native HTML on click with a smaller c. And this is how very nice sneak peek and suggestions are built in with VS Code. Not just this one. Yes, not just this one. As I told you, you can just go to the definition where that function is defined. Suppose there is one more on click and click it function. Now I want to know how many times in this file I have used this click it function. So what I need to do, yes, if I select this one, I can see on the right side, but still it's not visibly clear that how many times we have used it and wherever it is referred. So what can I do? I can just press Shift, Alt and F12. Now you can see we have three references. One is the function and two is the use case. So this is very nice that you can actually check how many references are there for that particular thing inside a file. So these things are already inbuilt. We don't have to do anything for VS Code for JavaScript. So see, I have this file and this React extension, and I want to add here on the head part, I want to add the font awesome CDN. So I need to search the CDN, open the website, copy that and then paste it. Instead, I can actually download a extension called CDN.js. And yeah, this is very nice extension to install. Once you install this extension, yeah, it's done. So then you can go to any file where you want to add it, press Command Shift P and search for cdnjs. So search for libraries, searching, and I say font awesome, hit enter, and now you can see it's searching and we got various font awesome related things, but I need the first one. So click on that and now it's asking for the version and I want the latest version 5.9.0. Then it says which thing you want to add actually, and I want all minified version. Now it's asking what you need with that. So I need the link and I can copy it or I can directly insert here. Amazing thing, isn't it? Just by installing it without moving anywhere, I have this. Okay, so let's try one more to have a bootstrap. So cdnjs, search for library, bootstrap, enter, and now it's asking Twitter bootstrap obviously, and that one is the latest one, should be 5. Alpha, and I think I need min.css. This time I'm going to copy it and paste it. The fun part is if you search for cdnjs once again, and you can also search for recent libraries you already have here. So that's an amazing thing. You don't have to search again and again and again. Just by doing that, choose the one, copy it and paste it. Isn't it very nice? Whether you are a JavaScript developer, PHP developer, or any kind of language you are working with except Python, you are having all sorts of brackets. All brackets are white colored, and then you are having a hard time to finding the matching bracket for the starting of the bracket. So let's install the bracket colonizer. So I can search for bracket, so that should be bracket, and now you can see bracket pair colonizer is there, and it has very high number of downloads. We also have bracket pair colonizer 2, which is having some different color schemes. So it says version 2 use the same engine, greatly increased speed. So obviously we need to install this one. So after installing, we don't have to do anything. Let's go to the myapp.js, and now you can see every bracket has its own different color, and you can easily recognize where it is closing, which one is there, because this line is also colored. So if I click here, yeah, you can see it is now yellow colored. So everything is very nice, and this is again a very must have extension on your VS Code. You can also play with other bracket colorizers, like this is a bracket highlighter actually. So you can play around with these things, and I have best one installed. If you are a JavaScript lover, here are the packages or extension which will change your coding style. Let's start with the ESLint. So what is a ESLint? So here, suppose I don't have a semicolon here and I save the file, it's not formatting. Although on my setting I have format on save enabled. So you can see format on save is enabled, but it's not formatted, semicolon is missing. So you can see we have some spacing system, and if we do that, it's formatting. And format document width, we have format document, but we don't have format document width. Format document, yeah, format document, but there is a default one for the VS Code. Let's define the ESLint. So search for the extension for ESLint, and here we are. Let's install this one. And when you install this, you need to do a couple of things. First, let's close this one, and what I can do, I can press Command Shift P and say ESLint. Now see, because we don't have any configuration for ESLint, so it says create ESLint configuration. So it's running the ESLint hyphen hyphen init, but now it says not found. ESLint is not there. Why? Because we need to install the ESLint either globally or for our project only. So in this documentation, it's clearly given here that either you can run for globally, install globally, or you can have for this project only. So I can run npm install ESLint. So npm install ESLint. Once you're done with that, let's close that, and now once again press Command Shift P and say ESLint, create ESLint configuration. And this time it is using the node module, the local ESLint, and it's asking a couple of questions. So how would you like to use ESLint? I want to use it to find problem and everything actually. So the third one, I want force style. Now I want the ES6 import and export, not require and export. So use that. I'm going to use it for React. This is the React project actually. Does your project contain TypeScript? Currently not. And where do you run? I run in on the browser, and like to define the style for your project. So let's answer some of the questions for the styling. Now it says what will be the format of your configuration file. I would say it should be JSON. Then what style of indentation you need? I want tabs. Then do you prefer double quote or single quote? Yep, I prefer single quote. And then what line ending do you prefer? Yeah, obviously Unix. Finally, do you need semicolon or not? I need semicolon because I'm from PHP world. Okay, so after doing that, everything is here. Now it's creating the configuration for you. And at last, you will see a new file here for ESLint configuration. After a couple of seconds, yeah, we have this thing, eslint.rc.json. Let's open this file and see what it includes. It actually includes all of the things which we have answered, like semicolon, always, error, quotes, single, and this means do you want the error for these things or not. So once we have these things, you can see now it is giving a visual impact that all these things are not fixed according to ESLint. ESLint have some problem. Once you hover over or actually have cursor over there, you have this light bulb. So let's click on fix this code problem. Let's click here, and now it is fixed. I don't know what was that. So that was the quote related thing. I preferred single quote. If you need, you can simply go to eslint.rc.json and search for quote. And I think I can search for single. Yeah, so quotes is single. You can just turn it to double, and then it's giving error for this one. Once again, click here and change it to double quotes. Yep, like this. So this is giving error for the semicolon. So if I say semi problem, semicolon is added. But you know what I want to have this file saved, and once I save it, I want to format it. But on our VS Code setting, we have save format on save. Yeah, format on save is enabled, but it doesn't matter because we need to configure something different thing. For that, we actually need to open the setting.json file, which you can directly open from here. Preferences, open setting. Do not try to open the default one, this one, not this one. You need open setting JSON. Here we can configure whatever we want. So what we want the editor thing, but on the editor I want to say run a code on save. Yeah, code actions on save. That means when I save, what's going to happen? It's not related to format on save. Format on save is different thing. This is what's going to happen on when I save it. So what I prefer to have ESLint or actually that should be source fix all dot ESLint. This should be true. Okay, once I did that, now go and press save. That means command S. You can see every problem is solved. Once again, I just undo everything and you can see the semicolon, these quote, save this, everything is formatted. But you can see these lines are coming again and again, and that is because if I try to fix these problems, and I can get it, oops, I lost it, quick fix and fix. So problems are fixed, but as soon as I save it, you can see these are converted into the spaces instead of tab. So sometimes you want to disable, so disable indent for this line or for entire line. So now I have disabled, so disabled from this one, the indentation problem. So yes, you can disable it, or obviously you can change from the auto, from the ESLint configuration. Next, if you're not happy with the formatting of this code from VS Code, which is very nice in my opinion, you can also install the Prettier. Prettier is again a nice formatter for your JavaScript or any other languages. It will actually support TypeScript, Flow, JSON, CSS, less HTML, Markdown, GraphQL, YAML, lots of things. So this is again a very nice thing, and you can see Prettier is here enabled, and everything is, I think it's same. We don't have any difference. It was also working previously fine. So what can I show you, that everything is formatted with the help of Prettier. Okay, so we have some issue with this. Now this is a very nice thing that ESLint is saying you are on a JSX and you are missing the key. So once I say key prop is the index, which I can get from here, and yes, we have solved that problem also. So these things are also there. Next one is the IntelliSense actually. So I need to say npm IntelliSense, this one, second. So after installing this one, what we are getting a nice import. How we can do that? So we can say here, if I want to import the state from React, suppose we don't have the React here, then I want the npm IntelliSense import module, and now we know we are on the React, so it says what you want. So I want React, and now that should be here. I need to show that in a new line. So I want React, and yeah, and I can simply say use state like this. It's very easy to import anything from your node module folder, import module, very nice thing. Okay, next one is this ES6 code snippet. This is game changer. So I can say ES6 code snippet, yes, this one. So you can see we have lots of download for this, which because it is very nice, and it is really the game changer. So here we can have lots and lots of things. What are the things here? If you want to create an import, so you can say imp. So if I say imp and hit tab, you can see it's now autocomplete. I can say from React, I want to say use context like this. Also, the next one is I can also, if you want to import the CSS only, so you can say import n, so entire module. So you can say dot style slash css dot css. This is good. And then you also have import destructured or alias. Yeah, alias one is here, so you can name it anything else. And there is destructured, which I showed you here, this one. the same thing is there. So this is for the import, but we also have the require. So if you want require, then we can require also. So these shortcuts are here. And one more cool shortcut I generally prefer to have, which is the console log. So I can remove these imports, and I need the import for React. So import React from React, done. And then I need the console. So generally I say log, which will be converted to console log, but this snippet give you console log, like CCL for console clear, and CAS for console assert. Then console other things are like warning. So console warning you have, then console info you have. So it's very nice extension. Next one is let's remove this. Next one is debugger. Very nice once again. So let's search for debugger for Chrome. Yeah, this one. So for the Chrome, so install this one, and when you install it, then you see the real power. Okay, so I am here, and you can see we have this title with the React, and that title is here, learn title. Okay, the title is React, learn React. Okay, now if I want to check what is the value of this title when I run this code, I don't have any clue. I need to log. Similarly, we have this list, and we are mapping through this list and returning a p tag with the list number. Once again, I want to see what is the content of this for every loop. I don't know, I need to log it. Instead, why not have a debugger? So open the sidebar, and here on the activity bar we can see we have, let's just zoom out, yeah, this one. This is debugger. So now it says run and debug. If I do this, it says use Chrome, and now you can see debugger has started, but this time it says you need to create a launch.json file, and on that you need to define the localhost 3000. Obviously it is React, so React run on 3000. So when you do this, let's click on launch. So it's now going to open a new window on Chrome, but you can see nothing is there, because first obviously we need to run start, npm run start, to actually run the server, and then only we can have that. Now we are having some issue, I think, related to ESLint, and we have this error because of a different version of ESLint. React has installed this one, we have installed this one, and that's the problem. So to fix this, we have some issues here. It says delete package.json, node module, remove ESLint from dependencies or dev dependencies on package.json, run npm install. So I will do everything, then I will come back. Now after removing that ESLint, the new ESLint from the package.json, now you can see here we have, this is the new React window we have opened. Now this time I can click here on the debug and click on launch Chrome. So this time it should, yeah, you can see it is actually launched here and here also. So we have, this one is the normal window and this one is the debugger window. Okay, so how we can debug things? So as I told you, let's click here, remove it. Yeah, so I want to know what is the value of this on the runtime. So I will go here, or at the left we have a red dot, click on this, or you can directly right click and click add breakpoint. Now breakpoint is added, and let's click on this green button at the top. You can move it anywhere, but let's have it here. Click on green, and now you can see it is stopped here. We don't have to care about this window, we are caring about this one. And now open this right debugger window, and you can see the title value is React. At that time, the value of list is also given there. That's a very nice thing. Now, if we want, we can go one more step ahead and we want to check for this list. So have a breakpoint here, and then let's move to the next point. You can see now it's moved and paused here, and at this time we are having this same title is this and list is this. But what if I don't want anything, so let's stop the debugger like this. And what I want actually, why it is not stopped? Okay, now it is stopped. So what I want, I can remove this breakpoint. So right click here and remove breakpoint like this, and then instead of having a breakpoint here, I want to have a breakpoint on line number 26. What this is going to do, let's start the debugger once again, and this time once again the Chrome has started. We don't have to care about that. This time you can see, if you hover over, we can see the list is 1. Let's go one step ahead, only one step, not to the next breakpoint, just step ahead, and now it's again there, and you can see the list item is 2. The value of current value of list is 2. Index is still index is 1 obviously. Once again, let's move here, and it has done something related to bootstrap, and now we are back. It's still 2, and let's go there by clicking here. You can also click on play to move to the next one. Once again, play 3, and you can say 4, and then it is stopped because we only have the 4 things here. So this is how you can actually debug. You don't have to do the console log every time. So that's the amazing part of debugger. Once again, let's remove this one, not editing, just remove this one, and then we can see we already have stopped, so we don't have that Chrome, but we have this React window server running. Let's close this, we don't want. Next is bracket pair colorizer. You can see I have already installed it, but it's having this yellow color, and you can check for bracket pair colorizer, the second one, the colorizer 2 I have installed, and it can detect the color, like it should be different color. So let's search for bracket, and I think it is not showing here. If you want, you can install the first one also, they doesn't clash. And now you can see we have a nice yellow color for this one, and this different color for different brackets. So we can easily say that okay, yellow one is closing here. Next is auto import. This one is also good, but I don't like it because there is auto import already available in VS Code. So we don't need this one because auto import is already there, and I can show you. Suppose I need the use state. So if I say use state, you can see auto import is already there and it's imported at the top. Similarly, if I can undo and I can say use context, it's added at the top. That's amazing. So I don't think we have to install it, but if it is not working in your VS Code, you can install this one. For React, only one, this one, not this one, ES7 React GraphQL and React Native snippet. This one is very nice. So see, currently, if let's go open the sidebar, and on this I'm going to create about.js file, and this is actually a React file, and I want to create some React related snippet. So currently I need to type everything. I don't want, so simply install this one and then you will find lots and lots of snippets for React TypeScript. So imports, once again imports are there, and console log as I explained you, but we have a very nice integration with React. If I say RFC, you can see it has created everything for functional component. If you want the class based component, you can say RCC. You can see now it has class based component. Once again, if I say R, we have bunch of options. R context, you can create the context, and then you can have a, yeah, that was, so I explained you. So React Native ones are also there. So lots of things packed is in this extension, which is highly recommended for you for having React. But if you are a Vue.js person, then suppose I create a Vue file like index.vue file, and in this file, yeah, you can see VS Code is recommending to install Vitter, so we can install it. But before that, obviously, you know, if you are a Vue.js person, you need to create template, and obviously it should close, then style, then everything. But with this installed, it is having a package. Actually, it is a combination of various things, I think. Yeah, so it has a syntax highlighter, snippet, emit, formatter, autocomplete, and lots of things included in this package. So you can see this extension is installed. Let's close this one and close the sidebar. And now if I say Vue, you can see it's now creating all the mockup for template, script, and style. If you can see, we can only create the template with pug, and we can create the sass, less, styles, and lots of things are there for this. Obviously, when you create these things, you will get various options. Like here you can have this div, and in this div you can say v bind, v cloak, v else, all Vue related things are here. So this is the extension which is absolutely required for every Vue.js person. Now, one very important and required extension I want to show you here, which is the vulnerability test. So if you search for vuln, here we have it's called vuln cost, which is actually finding the vulnerabilities in your JavaScript and TypeScript. Very nice and very useful. So how this is going to work, obviously we need to install it, and while this is installing, let's see it's installed actually, how we can use it. So for that, I will open the index.html file I have, and here I'm going to paste this JavaScript bootstrap library, and now you can see it says scanning for vulnerabilities, and now it is cleared. But what happens if you have some vulnerabilities in your JS file you have imported? Just like this next file I have, which is for jQuery, and now you can see it is actually scanned, and now it says that it found 6 vulnerabilities in this libraries, so click to fix it. So how we can do that? Just go here, and now we have this bulb, and it says fix. Let's click on fix. Now it says, do you want to code external library? Do you want to open the external website? Yes, let's open it. And now it's scanned as authentication for CLI. You reached because sync auth command for CLI. Okay, so let's authenticate. And after authentication, we are back here on VS Code, and now once again let's click on fix, and now it has opened this output window, and it says the possible recommendation is 3.5.0. let's convert this to 3.5.0, 3.5.0, and click on save. Scanning for vulnerabilities and no problem found. Very nice. So this is how you can actually secure your JavaScript program by checking on the fly for any problem or vulnerabilities. VS Code is very useful for Python development. Let's open the terminal and search for Python version we have. 2.7.13. What about Python 3 version? 3.8.5, and I have created an alias which is py for Python 3. That means 3.8.5. Okay, so first extension I want to show you for Python is the Python, and this is very nice. It includes whatnot, everything: linting, debugging, IntelliSense, Jupyter Notebook, code formatting, refactoring, unit tests, snippets, and much more. So before installing this one, first I'm going to create a test file. So I just created here test.py file, and as soon as I created this file, you can see even VS Code is recommending this extension. So let's click here, install, and now it is installing, and finally it is installed. So first I disable it and I can show you that what it can do for us. So once again I reload this page, we have this test.py. If I try to write print and if I try to get any suggestion, you can see I'm not getting any suggestion even though I'm pressing command and spacebar. But then when I save this, okay, so if I enable that one which we have disabled, so once again I have enabled it, and now if I see, it's loading and we have this recommendation, and yes, we have everything here. And now since we have these things, we also need various other things like pylint and autopip8. What are these two things? Autopip8 is actually an automatically format your code according to the pip8 guidelines. So this is for the formatting. And pylint is actually going to standardize your code on the Python. So we need to install it. But when you click here, let's install autopip8. Click yes. It has opened this window, this terminal window, and now it is running all these things: pip install autopip8 for the user. And now you can see it is also installed, and I can cut it for now, and it says lots of things, but finally it says it is installed. Okay, once again if I save this file, yeah, it's asking for the linting, so install that one also. Same pip install user pylint, and we are having that also. So now these two things are also installed. This means we are going to get various things if we did something wrong. So if I create a for loop and if we have a box, that means it's a code snippet, and that is again getting from that Python extension. If I do something wrong, then it is going to reformat it, and you can see this is actually getting a pylint problem. So if I zoom in for you, and yeah, you can see it says undefined variable. So let's create a tuple, and 1 2 3, and I'm going to print this, and I say target list. And one more thing, you have seen that when I hover over any function, we are getting all the information related to that function or anything. So if I have this variable, it says it's a type of int, and if I say for loop, so we are not getting anything for loop. Okay, we are not getting anything for that, but yeah, that's good. So how we run this? Generally what we can do, we can say Python, or I just have alias for py test.py, that is inside the current directory. So hello plus 1 2 3 are there. But in VS Code, because we have installed that extension, if you right click and say run Python file in terminal, and yeah, we have this. Very nice. So now we can do one more thing. We can set a keyboard shortcut for this. So command K, command S, and search for Python run file, and we have this run Python file in terminal, and we don't have any shortcut for this. So let's see what shortcut we can have here. So what about command R? Existing binding is there for reloading the window. So is it going to reload? So you can see it is not reloading, although I'm pressing command R. So I think this is working when in development. So I can say I want the Python file run, and this I say command R, hit enter, and yeah, we are here. And now check this. So I am here and I say command R. Yeah, we have this running. Very nice. You can also convert it to any key binding you want. Since Python support very nice environment system, then we can create an environment. But before that, let's toggle the bottom bar, or we call it status bar. So I just search status bar and you can see it says Python 3.8.5 64-bit. You can obviously change any version if you want, but it's good to have an environment created. So open the terminal. In this terminal, I'm going to create a new environment. So I will say py, that is Python. You need to write actually Python 3. I just have an alias. So Python -m venv, virtual environment, and environment name is testing vs code. Hit enter, and now see, it says we notice a new virtual environment has been created. Do you want to select for the workspace folder? And now as soon as I say yes, obviously this is for the Python extension, as soon as I say yes, it's now changed to testing VS Code environment, and now it says linter pynode is not installed. It is actually installed, we have installed that, but if it is saying let's try to install it, and yes, once again it is installing. I think that was installed for the user, for that particular user, and we have created a new environment, so that's why it's asking once again. But the environment is there. That means if I open the sidebar explorer, you can see we have a new directory called testing VS Code, and we have a bin and activate. We can directly activate via terminal, but VS Code has already activated this for us. This extension also provides you quick runner. So if you can have code and then you can say hash and percentage, this is now becoming just like a Jupyter notebook. You can directly run this cell on the sidebar. So it says Python interactive is now added, and now it has opened the Jupyter. Actually it's opened the Jupyter server, which is going to run it, but we need to install data science library IPY kernel. So let's install this one. It's the extension actually. So that extension is installing. Now after installing everything, I can actually close that. I only want this print part. So run the cell, and this cell is running and connecting to the Python interactive, that means Jupyter server, and you can see we have this Python running here. If you want to run the code below, that means this for loop, run cell, and now it says do you want a new window? No, I don't want. The same window is good for me, and it should run. It's why it's not running. Yeah, so we have this 1 2 3. So this is how you can have the Python interactive Jupyter. But Jupyter can be also created, Jupyter file can also be created by pressing Command Shift P and say create new Jupyter notebook. If I hit enter, now it says untitled 1.ipynb is created, and you can do all sorts of things you do on Python or in Jupyter. But this is very nice because you can run it, you can inspect these things like here. You can also directly debug this application, like if I click here run by line, so I am here on this line and I say run by line. Now it says no variable defined, and we are here. But when I create a variable called name is equal to Sarthak and use that one here like this, and once again I'm trying to run this on this print and run by line, And yeah, first it's running on this line, then I can move here and run it again. Yeah, here now you can see the name is Sarthak, that means the variable and the value. So this is for the Python Jupyter notebook, and if I can simply close this one like from here, and I don't want to save that file. Okay, so let's try to debug this application without using any Python interactive shell or Jupyter server. I just remove everything and I want to debug for this line, that print statement. Then I can open the sidebar, actually the activity bar, and first I just toggle the status bar, and here you can see we have this debugger, and we can directly go there just by pressing Command Shift and D for debugger, and we have this launch Chrome against localhost. That was for JavaScript. We need to create a new configuration for Python. So how I can create it? I can just press here, add configuration, and it's asking for the configuration for Python and for the Python file, and I can totally delete this one because every project can have its own file, the configuration file in this launch.json, which is the same file I have created. So because this is actually a React project, so that's creating the problem. Not problem, because now we have a Python. Click here, and now we have the debugger running, and if I close this terminal, and you can see we have the target list, the value is 1 because this is a loop, so I can step over next thing, and yeah, value become 2 and become 3, become 3. Obviously we just have 3 in the tuple, so that's very nice. You can also restart this just like here. So suppose you are on the second one like this and you want to restart, yeah, restart this, and it has restarted. You can also click on this play icon, so it's just going to continue. 2, 3, 4, these kind of things are available for the Python debugging, which is extremely useful thing when you are developing something. Next, if you go to the settings by pressing Command comma, search for Python, and we have various things for Python, but the most important thing I want to tell you is if you scroll, there are lots of things. I just search for JD. So we have a Python language server, which is JD by default, but we also have various options like Microsoft, None, or Pylance. Pylance is the very useful one, and it is very fast, created by Microsoft itself. Let's click on yes to install this Pylance, a performance feature rich language server. This is actually going to make your suggestions very fast and things running very fast, but you cannot demonstrate anything here. So if I say once again print, everything is the same. You cannot feel the difference for just a demo test file, but you will surely feel the difference when you are creating a big project. So this is Pylance is very amazing. This package is also, not this package actually, the Python package is also going to give you the suggestions for various things. Like if you have this message, and if I say it, hey Python, and then I can just say here the MSG, and if you see MSG dot, and you have various options for a string. We know this is a string, so we have this one. But now here you can see we are getting one more thing, which is if I say here let's say result is equal to math dot square root of 4 multiplied by 3 and 4 multiply by 3 only. So let's try this, and yeah, suddenly we are getting this squiggle lines, and it is simply saying that undefined variable math, but this is not a variable, this is a module I want to import, and this should import directly. So this problem is because of this pylint, and make sure your pylint is enabled. So you just need to say Python, then enable linting, and make sure current position should be always on. But also we need to disable the JD. So JD is there, and and we need to make it for Microsoft, and the server is Microsoft. Then reload this VS Code, and once again make sure you have linting enabled. So let's try this. So let's try, and it says it is off currently. Let's turn it on, and yeah, you can see now we have a yellow color of a squiggle line, and if I have a cursor there, we have a light bulb, and it says import math as M, and now it has changed to M. This is not just to this M, we can also have something for NumPy type of famous library. I can say np dot line space and provide something here like 0.200, and now once again we have this, and it says you are probably talking about NumPy. Is it that? I have installed NumPy as a global dependency, so instead of environment I can change it to Python 3 normal, that global one, and then if I try, you will see that we will get the thing. If I'm not getting, I can reload it and then try, and here we are. We have this light bulb, import NumPy as np. It knows that np is famous for NumPy, so these kind of things are there. But you can also see one more thing. Let's remove this NumPy. If I want to have something like expression, so this is a square root, so I can extract it into its own method. So I can say extract method, or I can simply press Command Shift P and I say extract into method. Now one extension we need to install, which is called rope, and it's now going to install. Now rope is installed. Let's try once again, extract, and yeah, it's asking for the name, and I will say sqrt8. sqrt8 means square root of it, square root it, or whatever it is. And now you can see it's very nice. We have extracted a new function or definition. So this is all about Python for VS Code. To be interesting, PHP, PHP CS Fixer, Laravel, VS Code, a deadly combination. Let's see everything to set up PHP related things for VS Code. VS Code is already having a very nice integration for your PHP. So yeah, you can see we have a very nice thing, but you can see it's not actually formatting, and you cannot go to any definition for this, and you cannot also import this. There is no suggestion for importing, but still some of the things are there, like you have a this snippet for PHP. So PHP IntelliSense is not there. Let's install it. So open the extension market and I say PHP Intelli. So I'm not going to write full, because now we have two options. Either we can use IntelliSense or we can use IntelliFence. Although IntelliSense has more downloads than IntelliFence, but I highly recommend you to install IntelliFence. This one has also one premium version, and the premium version has some other features, but the free version is also very nice. So let's install this, because by installing this you are going to enable lots and lots of features like importing and creating docbox. You can see it says for another access free great features add this, that means for premium version. Okay, so PHP docbox creation is there, and lots of things are there. So it is installed. Let's see what it can do for us. So go to the user.php file, and it is not formatted, and remember we already set format on save. So as soon as I save it, it's now formatted properly. Let's undo this, press Command Shift and P, and now I say format, and it says format document, but we have a format document with which definition you want to format. So I have PHP IntelliFence installed, so I can use this one, and it is now properly formatted. Next, as I told you, if I hover over it, you can see we have a sneak peek about what it is. And if I press command and then hover over it, you can see we have a underline here. That means if I click now, we can open the file which contains this has API token trait. And it's not just for trait, for anything. So if you have any class like this one, you can just press command, or in your Windows just press control and then hit enter. Yeah, like not hit enter, just click there, and then you can open that file and you can get the sneak peek as I told you, which is very, very nice. It is given here. It can also autocomplete things, like if I have removed this has factory trait, and is there any has factory? Yeah, so it is there. So if I remove it and I say use, then has factory, and now you can see it dig into my vendor directory, and then it has actually recommended me or given me the, you can say, suggestion that you want to use has factory. As soon as I hit enter, yes, it is here, plus it is imported at the top. That's very, very amazing thing. And you can give the semicolon here. So this is autocomplete. It is not just for this thing, like if you have any variable. So suppose I have created a variable called table is equal to creator, and then that should be actually protected, and you can see that red line, that squiggly red line is saying that unexpected dollar table, which is given here. But now that red line is gone, so we have the error. And if I do this, if I open this problems section, we can see we have this problem, and you can click and directly go at that point where we have the problem. So now I can fix it by saying protected. Okay, then what you can do, there's no function. So if you can create a function, and then inside this, one more magic thing, you just need to say this, and now if I hit enter, you can see dollar with the arrow is already implemented. Once again, this and dollar with the arrow is already implemented. Then obviously the semicolon also. Then you just need to say the thing you want to access, which is table. So just say T and TA, yeah. Then it has detected that you are actually talking about the table. And if I change it to, let's say, ABC, and let's try this. So A, B, yeah, so now ABC is there. So it has actually read this thing, and it know that, okay, probably you are asking for this ABC. So these things are very, very nice, but the most amazing thing I like is this import plus the formatting, which is very, very important thing when you are writing any PHP. I told you that it can create the docbox, but that thing is a premium version. So if you can see here on this, IntelliFence is having this, but we have some premium things. Premium thing is go to type definition, go to declaration, PHP docbox, smart select, I don't know what it is, code action. So I think we don't need these things. If so, rename symbol, that's the important thing here really. But it's okay with all sorts of different things. We are having a very, very nice implementation for IntelliSense with IntelliFence. Okay, so next thing is another package which is going to help you to create the docbox. So we have this PHP doc blocker, and doc blocker, that means it can create the doc block. So this function is there. Let's suppose this function need a model called team or a class simply, and initial value is let's say admin, and then we are going to return false. Somehow we have this kind of system. Okay, so function is having some problem. Now it says default value for the parameter with the class type can only be null. Obviously I did this because sometime I write JavaScript inside PHP. Okay, I need to create the doc box, so I say / asterisk. Now it says PHP doc blocker. Hit enter or hit tab. You can see now you can write your documentation like whatever you want. Create a function with name, and it return its parameter is team, returning actually false, always going to return false. Okay, so this is the simple docbox one, which is very helpful in PHP world. Next one is very interesting, which is the PHP CS fixer. What is the CS fixer? Let's go and search PHP CS fixer, and if I search here, now we have this friends of PHP CS fixer. It is a tool that automatically format your documentation according to the standard you are going to set with this PHP CS fixer. And let's see what it is going to do. So first it says you need to install PHP CS fixer in your computer. Okay, so you can install via Composer, you can install via curl, and anywhere you just need to install. So I can install it with brew. So I need to open the terminal, and terminal can be here, and I can just say brew install PHP CS fixer. If you are on Windows, no issues, you can properly install it with Composer, and you can also use curl command in your Windows if it is working then. Okay, so let's go here, PHP CS fixer. This is the extension we need to install inside this VS Code so that we can connect PHP CS fixer with our VS Code. And it says first install the extension. Now how we can use it? To use, we need to press Alt Shift and F to format our application, or actually PHP class. Okay, so I say Shift, Alt and F, and now it says there are multiple formatters for PHP. Select the default one. So configure it, and it says select the default one. So I'm going to select the PHP CS fixer this time. And now if I try to check it like this and like this, and I have this one here, save this file. Yep, it is now formatted properly. But what if I have some bunch of things, like here we have name, then we have last name as L name, and then if I save this, you can see this is still at the same distance. I want all equal to sign aligned properly, and some of other things related to PHP CS fixer which we can easily do. So how we can actually configure our own setting in PHP CS fixer? So now what I can do, we have all these things, so we can copy all these things from here, and then we can open the setting. On the setting, if I say PHP CS fixer, obviously, and scroll down for the executable path, which is just PHP CS fixer, but I'm going to give it a different file. So let's see how we can create a file. So as I told you, we can copy the settings from here, but I have my own gist to actually have all the PHP CS fixer settings. So that gist is inside the gist.github.com/sarthak-savvy. So go to this gist, and here you can see we have .php CS fixer, and this is all the thing we need. So we just need to copy everything from here, and then I can create anywhere. I can create vim.phpcs fixer, and then paste this thing, and then I just create this file. And now you can see we have this file actually ls, yeah, ls with a, so .php cs fixer is here. So how we can get that? So we can just say print working directory, and we are having this user and then Sarthak Shrivastava, and then we have a PHP CS fixer. So let's go here in the setting and search for configurations. So yeah, so here we have a configuration and then paste it, and we have a user Sarthak Shrivastava, then .php CS fixer. Save this one. Obviously it is already saved, and now see the magic. As soon as I save, you can see it is now aligned, because in my gist I can search for align. Yeah, so here we have a align double arrow is true, align equal sign is true. So even if it is an array, then also it will going to work. So it will be name is like name, and l name is like l name, and I can move everything in a new line and something like this, and you can see everything is now aligned in a way. That's cool, and you can read this my PHP CS fixer configuration, and you can adapt whatever you want, whatever you like, and that's for the PHP CS fixer. But finally, because we are a PHP Laravel lover, so let's install some extension related to Laravel also. Okay, so I just search for Laravel, and Laravel snippet is there. So let's install this one, and this extension is having lots of things related to our Laravel. So see, you can say here they have given a demo, so you can just say ROC, and you can create the simple routes. So I can have here ROC and route closure, done. Route closure is there, so route with the controller is there, so you can save lots of time with this Laravel snippet. Next one is Laravel Artisan, and I generally not prefer this because I have all my alias, but if you like, you can install this one once again, and then after this you can just say let's close this extension, this one also, and now just press Command Shift P and say Artisan, and then all sorts of commands are here. So without worrying out, we can say route list, and it will going to open in a new tab everything. I generally not like this because I want to do everything from my end, so I'm not going to use this. You can have it, but I have most important one, which is Laravel documentation. Install it, and then whenever you need something, sometime when we are doing something, we say, okay, what's that in that markdown thing? So I can simply say Laravel docs and markdown, or mailable actually. I was saying mail. So it's just going to open that particular page directly in your default browser. Ooh. Okay, next one for Laravel is Laravel helper, but lots of other things are there, but very important one is better PHP. Absolutely must have extension for Laravel, or actually for PHP lovers. This is not just related to our Laravel, this is related to PHP because this is a test runner. So suppose I open the example test here, like feature test, and I want to run it. Generally how you'd run it, you run by saying PHP, okay, actually that should be vendor, then bin, then PHP unit, and then you can say filter me out with this one, and then it is going to work. It takes lots of time. After installing better PHP unit, now you have a very nice cool shortcuts. Actually I can show you, like I I just press Command Shift P and I say better, and now it says to run this particular test you can have a shortcut Command K Command R. Let's try Command K Command R. Boom, all the filters are applied and we have done that. Not only this, let's search for this. It can run entire file, so Command K Command F for entire file. Once again we have a previous test, Command K Command P, and run suits everything it can run. Like this, 2 tests available in this project. Next I want to show you a very nice extension. Suppose we don't have this semicolon here. Now what's happening with this, if we are changing this last underscore name to last name, we need to go to the end of the file and then press semicolon, and yeah, it's normal thing, and semicolon is very important thing in the PHP world. Let's open the extension market and search for colonizer. Colonizer, I think this one, yeah. Colonizer is a extension package which we can install easily. Append a semicolon at the end of the current line. It's very nice one. So how we can work with this? Let's remove it. I save it. I saved this file, it's not working. So how we can add the semicolon? Let's press Command Shift P and say colonize, and yeah, you can see it is there. Once again search for colonize, and now it says you need to run this key combination control plus semicolon, and wherever you are it append the semicolon at the last. So suppose I am here, I press control and then semicolon, you can see it is added at the last. Now if I say alt plus semicolon, like this, it's now added with a new line. So what I generally do, I prefer to have this combination of key with command and enter. So if I am working here, I want to press command and then enter. That should add a new line, because finding semicolon is hard. So I just configure it in key binding, and key binding search for colonize. Yeah, now say command plus enter. Now it says 10 existing command. Oof. So I think that's good, because every command is related to something else. So insert line below, that's good. Or what if I say shift plus enter? Shift plus enter is also having lots of things, but it is saying find previous. So if I say shift plus enter, okay, there is nothing good about that. We can use this one. Okay, so once again search for colonize, colonize, and shift plus enter and change it. Yep. So now even if I am on the starting offline, shift plus enter done the magic. So this is very nice extension to have, must have extension for JavaScript and PHP also. Sometimes what happen is, if you have lots of file open and if you are trying to close one by one by pressing command W, and in the flow you just press W and you just quit from VS Code. So once again I need to do something, because this may happen when I'm pressing command 1 to open the sidebar. By mistake I pressed command Q and boom, I am out of this VS Code. So to solve this issue, we have a very nice extension for, and I can just say quit, and quit control is here. So let's install it, and you can see it's controlling for command W and or control W on Windows, or command Q or control Q for Windows. These things are control. Now see, since this is installed, if I try to press command Q, now it's asking me whether you want to quit, close window, or escape to do nothing. So now it doesn't matter if I have lots of files open, like this, and if I'm trying to close an inner flow, if I pressed one more time, I have this confirmation, and I can simply press escape. Very nice must have package. After doing everything, now it's time to save the settings, or you can say sync the setting to the cloud. There are two options. One is normal, and the most used case is setting sync an extension by Shan Khan. And this is again a very nice extension which is going to sync all your setting to the cloud, or actually in a gist of GitHub. But because now VS Code also has its own setting, so just say setting sync and you will get these options. So currently it's not enabled. Also, if I open the sidebar, you can see on this gear button, if I click, I have turned on setting sync. Either we can do it from here or from here. So settings sync, and we have a turn on. So let's turn it on. Yeah, so now it says what actually you want to backup or sync. So I want to sync everything, but they are giving option for settings, keyboard shortcut, user snippets, extensions, UI state. So I want everything. Now, when you click on this sign in and turn on, it's now asking which account you want to use. You can use Microsoft or GitHub. It's just for signing in into the VS Code account. No relation. It's not actually going to save in your account. It's just asking for the account creation. So let's use GitHub. Once I click on the GitHub, new page is opened on my default browser for the authorization, and now it's asking for the authorization. So let's authorize this. So continue, and now it's asking for the permissions, and finally authorized GitHub. And now you will see we will have the here we have an authorized token, and now it says let's open the VS Code again. So click on OK, and we are back with VS Code. And now it says all extensions to open this URI. Okay, no problem, just click on open, and this time you will see here everything is now synced, and we have all the output what actually happened. So let's see. Did reset the local sync state. So first it's reset the local sync, then update remote setting, then update last synchronized setting, update remote binding, last synchron. So everything actually there. I don't want to read everything. And this is how actually you can sync. It's very easy, and every setting is now in your VS Code. So in that way, whenever you want, you can get back all your settings. So suppose I want to have all my settings, so I just say sync now. So whatever setting I have on my cloud for VS Code will come here on this VS Code. So now let's turn it off and see how we can sync once we have uploaded all the settings. So to turn it off, we have this icon for the user account. I can simply say sign out. Okay, so I say yes, and now I am signed out, and now it says sign into setting. No, I don't want. So reload this window. And what I'm going to do now is see the setting, sign into setting. Okay, so once I can do turn it off. So setting turn off. So I can turn off the settings. Okay, one more time reload, so that we will feel that everything is back to normal. Yeah, now it says turn on setting. Now what I'm going to do, I will go and check installed extensions, and let's delete this one. So better PHP is uninstalled, colonizer uninstalled, and these two are actually uninstalled. That means we don't have that. Also let's see the theme color is I'm going to use light visual studio. Let's try this one, and one more time reload. And now let's try to sync everything. So turn on setting sync. Yep, turn on, because now previously we signed up with the GitHub and we synced everything. Let's sign in with GitHub. Once again it's asking for the authorization. Let's continue, and we know it is already authorized, so directly we get the authorization token. Click on open to open the VS Code. Now it says open, and you can see setting is turned on. Now see the magic. Here once again I type setting sync, and this time I will go to this option, show sync data. It could be at the bottom, you can just search, and now click here, and you can see we have two things, synced machine and synced remote. So we want to check out the remote, and on the remote one we have this extension 7 minutes ago we have synced, and let's click here, the farthest one, and click on the extensions.json. And remember we did this thing, we had removed better PHP, also we had removed the colonizer, so you can see colonizer, and we had removed these two, so we can see the diff between the extensions. So what if I want to have both of these things? So we have a restore option. Click on restore. It says, would you like to replace your current extension with the selected one? Yes, I want to do that. And now you will see, if I search for better PHP unit, you can see there is no diff. Whatever we have on the left on the remote, same we have on the local. This means now I can go on the extension and search for installed one, and better PHP unit is actually installed, same as colonizer is installed. And this is how actually you can save and retrieve the settings. And now you will say, Sarthak, this setting sync is good, but what if I want to share my setting with my friend, or suppose you want to have all my settings in your VS Code? Then how you can do that? In that case, I remember I told you about the sync extension from Shan Khan. We need to install this one. So click on this install. This page will get open. If this page is not opened, then what you need to do, you just need to press Command Shift P and search for sync, not setting sync, because setting sync is for VS Code native syncing system, but we are looking for sync only. So now we need to say download setting. Click on this one, and now you can see the same page is opened. Okay, so first we need to log in with GitHub. So click on this, and now it's asking to open a link in your browser, and then you need to just authorize Shan Ali Khan and click on authorize. Now it says you may now close this tab. So here it is asking for, do you want to store your setting in any existing gist? And if you want, yes, but if you don't have any gist, don't worry, you can simply close this one. And now once again press Command Shift P, search for setting, or actually search for sync, and then this time you need to say update or upload setting. So click on this one, and now it says the upload will replace the setting in GitHub gist. Consider downloading the setting and doing force update. Do you want to upload forcefully? Obviously I want yes. So now you will see everything is now converted into gist, and you have this gist ID. So you can see we are getting this gist. Then now where this is. So as you know, if you open GitHub, and obviously you need to log in, then after that you can just click on your profile and then go to your gists, and now we have the gist open, and the one minute ago is created cloud setting. So click on this cloud setting, and here we have all the things we have configured here. Okay, so some problem with this GitHub, but anyways, everything is good. So we have this setting. Now how you can download this setting synced on GitHub gist? So first, obviously you need this setting sync extension. Install this one, then go to this gist which I have created, and I think it should be public. And is it public or not? Update secret gist. This is secret actually. Make public. So I have made this gist as a public. Now you have this link for this gist, and suppose here I have different account for GitHub, and now I will paste this gist. This time you can see this is a Sarthak Savvy cloud setting for VS Code, and now I am going to fork this. So once I fork, I will have the same gist in my account. So now you can see RAJ9755 is having the gist, and this is your gist ID. Okay, so this one is your gist ID. Let's go here. Here I will search for sync, and this time first I'm going to reset every extension setting. So reset setting. So now sync Shan Khan extension is now cleared, and now this is not connected with my account. So to show you something, I'm going to delete some extension which is installed. So what I'm going to delete, so once again I'm going to remove this better PHP extension, uninstall this extension, and now since I don't have that extension, and I'm going to enable my settings. So this is from your side. My task is done and you want all my setting. So you have installed Shan Khan sync extension. Now you will say I want to download setting. Download from where? From this gist, your gist, not my, your gist. So for that you need to log in with GitHub. So this time I'm going to copy it because I want it open from this incognito window. So it's once again asking for the authorization. That's done, and let's go here. Now it says you have one existing gist. You may have different, but you are looking for this gist E3888, and you can see the gist you have forked is having an ID of E3888, and this means we can click here and it says the gist ID has been saved to the configuration. You may close this tab. So I say close tab, and now you can see it says, do you want to reload to apply extension and configuration because something is changed? I say yes. And now to download the settings, we just need to once again say download settings. Once you did that, you can see on this output it says extension added better PHP unit 1.5.3. I say yes, reload and install, and now I will open and check for installed extensions, and now we have a better PHP unit. So this is the sync setting from Shan Ali Khan, which is a very nice extension to have and share it. Now this time I'm going to blow your mind, because what I am doing you will never find anywhere, not on the blog, not on any video, because this is so interesting. First, what I'm going to show you, if you press Command Shift and P and then you just type developer, here we have a developer option for VS Code. Everyone is a developer on VS Code, so here is the VS Code developer option. We have very many times used reload window, but do you know about toggle screencast mode? If you toggle this, you can see whenever I press any key combination, anything, you can have all these displayed here. So I just realized this thing after creating all the video of VS Code. So if I had this in my mind, so I don't have to use the screen flows system to show the key combination whatever I am typing. But this is not the end, because whenever you click, it has this red circle, which is good, but the color is very bad. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to fix it. How I can fix it? For that, once again, you need to press Command Shift and P. Then once again type developer, and this time we need to toggle the developer tool. Do you know that VS Code is actually built from Electron.js? The Electron.js is a library, or you can say framework, to create desktop application, and this is used here. And you can see this is normal Chrome developer tool. Yes, this is a very normal developer tool. What we can do here, let me open the sidebar and let me open any file. So here we are. Yeah, so first I'm going to see that whenever I press command, we have this, but the background is you can say blackish transparent. So if I open this div, which is actually the body, full body, so if I open this and go at the bottom, and whenever I click here, you can see there is some changes. Whenever I press something, there is some changes. See this one, this div, there is the changes. So you can see the one is screencast keyboard, and what I'm going to do, I am going to change the style. So here we have screencast keyboard, and you see this, here we get the color. So background color is this one. So yeah, you can see this one. So how we can change it? So what we can do directly, we can type here. So I can say background hyphen color is equal to red. I know this is very bad color for having this, but you will see that the difference is here. Similarly, I think red is really bad, so I may change it to aqua, which is again not good, but this comes in my mind. But what I also want to change the circle around this cursor whenever I change this, whenever I click here. So when I click, this div is changing, something is changing there, because it's all about changing the div. So I think you got it right. Everything you are written is actually converted into HTML. Okay, once again, so we have a screencast mouse, we have some styling for this, and we can simply say, is it background color or it's actually border color? So border color will be, let's say, green. And when I click, yeah, you can see now it become green colored. This is nice. So let's close the developer thing. But I also want to change the cursor color. You can see it is whitish gray color. I think it is white properly. So how we can change that thing? So first I will open the setting, and I think I need to toggle the screencast mode. I don't need that. And now I want the cursor color. If I do this, there is nothing. But if I press Command Shift and P and say setting, and this time I will go to the open settings, not open default, just the open setting. Here we have all our setting which we have changed. Here what I'm going to do, under this workbench color customization, all these things are color combinations are changed by the theme, but I'm going to change something else. I'm going to say editor color, cursor actually, foreground is going to be red, which is by default it taken. And now you can see everywhere we go, the color is this one. So why not convert it into yellow? And I think one more F is required for yellow. Yeah, so now it become yellow colored. Amazing thing is there. But you have seen that whenever I open this developer or screencast mode, it's again back to this thing, and we are back with a red circle for this cursor. I want everything to be a new, you can say, setting for my VS Code, because this cursor is now permanently changed. So I can just reload window and I can show you that still the cursor color is yellow. Okay, so for that, for staying with the changes we do on this thing, what we need to do, once again open the developer tool, and then because we already got all the classes for everything, so we have a screencast keyboard, a screencast mouse, so we need some way to change the css, built-in css of VS Code. For that we need to install an extension, and that extension is simple custom css, I think, yeah, custom css and js, this one. And it's very amazing. What you need to do first, first you need to install it, and then you can see how it's going to change. You need these two settings: first VS Code custom import, and then VS Code custom css policy true. That we can do inside our settings.json, so not inside workbench color customization. We are not making any color changes. At the bottom we can say comma, and then here comes VS Code custom imports, and here comes the path, exact path of the CSS file we will create. But we also need VS Code policy, which should be true. Okay, so next task is, I think I need to disable this, and when I change, then I reopen the screencast mode. Now we need to create the CSS file. It's very easy. If you are on Windows, wherever you are defining, just define like this. But I'm on Mac, so I can copy this one and then go here, paste this. But then I can see this is not my username, and I need to find my username exactly. So what I will do here, I will first go to documents, and here I will create a file called let's say vscode.css, and I change this so a simple file, empty file has created like this. But I can say print working directory. So working directory is this one, so it actually Sarthak Shrivastava full name. Come here, and then this is not a custom, it's vscode.css. When you make changes like this, then it says what you need to do. You need to restart. First activate by saying reload custom css and js. Okay, so once I have that, now say reload this one, reload custom css and js. Now restart VS Code, and nothing is going to happen because we know we have not made any changes. If you are having this kind of error, just cut that out. And now I will going to open this CSS file from my VS Code so that I can edit it. And now I will open the developer tool, plus I will open the screencast mode so that whenever I press anything, I can have the class. So class, this is screencast keyboard. But if you click here, and then you can see actually it says Monaco workbench, then screencast keyboard. Actually Monaco is a editor over which this VS Code has developed, and that's how we need this class. So let's once again do this, and here I can say background color is going to be, let's use any color from here, and let's use this one. Okay, so to apply this setting, first we need to reload custom css and js. It says restart VS Code, no issue. Let's restart it, and now let's activate the screencast mode, and you can see now we have the color changed. Wow, very nice. So obviously this is not good because we lost the key visibility. So that's the thing we just want to have. So you can also make it like a gray color like this, but this time I'm going to change the color for this circle of the mouse. For that, once again open this div and click. You can see this is the div and has some style, and border color is this red, and I can change it to something else, and yeah, it's working. So we need the border color for this one, and so I can actually see this border color is here. If I disable it, we have a whitish kind of thing, and if I say border color to red here, and yeah, so this one is the thing. This is the class. Actually, I can copy it, paste it, and inside this I am going to say border color violet blue. So Monaco Workbench screencast mouse is having a border color of this one. So is it working? So I can replace it with red color. So yeah, like this, and yeah, it is working. Once again, reload the CSS and JS, and it's reloading. Let's enable the screencast mode. So yeah, it is becoming gray colored. What about this? It's red color. So let's see the real class. We have this. So we need to actually give the important. So I need to override it. So when I say this as important, and once again I reload, everyone use important when something is not working, and this time enable the screencast mode, and yeah, you can see which we have this purple. Okay, so these things are good, but I think you are waiting for that cursor. Okay, so similar to these things, we need to search about the cursor. We have changed the thing. I can disable the screencast mode. So we have changed the color to this one, yeah, yellow, but I can remove totally from here, and now we are back with the normal cursor. And once again, open the developer tool. This time we need to search for cursor, but cursor is blinking, and how we can search about that? Remember this, here we can actually search for something, and searching for cursor, and we have various cursor related things, but we are interested in, if I can do like this, we are interested in this one. So cursor, see, whenever I hover over it, on the left side you can see, keep your eye on the left side, here it says cursor Monaco mouse cursor text. This is the whole thing, but whenever I click there, we got this Monaco editor, cursor layer, and the cursor. If we have this background color, we can change the background color to blue. Let's see. Yeah, it is working. So now I will open here on this gradient hunt website, and here we have very nice cool gradients. So we can copy any one. So copy this one, and now you can see on the background color, instead of this thing, I'm going to paste it, and actually I want to have the not background color, I want to have the background image. And when I do that, and see, this gradient is there. Let's choose a nice gradient. So how about this one? Add it and try. Yeah, we have a nice background cursor. So let's make this one permanent. Copy this thing from here, paste it. Oops, I have pasted this thing. I think we need to once again copy. So this is the class, paste it, and move this thing like here. And I don't think we need to make it important. It is going to work. Finally, let's do the reload and try it. And yes, you can see we have a nice gradient cursor. Cool. So this is how you can play with the VS Code, and actually this is the way you can create a new theme. You can export that CSS in your own theme. Actually, very nice thing. But finally, if this error is annoying you, simply click on this gear, don't show it again. Now with every reload, you will not get that kind of error, and boom,